64. We'll have an extra 6 minutes of practice. Everybody stop bowling. Reset your pins. Don't take that extra shot. As soon as the scores come up, you can begin play. Parents and spectators, want to thank you once again for your donations at the front gate towards the Make-A-Wish Foundation. If you came in one of the side doors, we would ask that you help us out and make a contribution of $5 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation and pick up an orange wristband. All of that money goes right to Make-A-Wish Foundation, as we're going to give the whole gate to them. We ask your cooperation in this endeavor.
3, 1, 2, 3, hey! 1, 2, 3, up to you!
Okay, 63 and 64, you've still got 6 minutes of practice. The rest of you may begin bowling. Good luck, high scores. Thank you all for being here at the 50th annual.
Mean machine! Mean machine! Mean machine!
Getting the recaps to your lanes. We will get the recaps to your lanes.
Let's go.
Okay, 63 and 64, hold up on your practice. 63 and 64, please hold up on your practice. Please reset the pins. Get your lanes turned on for tournament play.
I went, oh no. Two wrongs make a right. Oh! Air one, eight! Everybody wants
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Indianapolis, Indiana and Western Bowl for the 50th annual Columbia 300 Hoosier Classic, the final Tier 1 event of the 2018-2019 USBC collegiate season, and the final event, along with a few others this weekend, before postseason play gets underway in March. My name is Aaron Smith. I'm sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr. for this special event. Once again, the 50th edition of the Hoosier Classic. We're honored to be able to bring this to you here on the new BowlTV.com platform. We are behind lanes 71 through 74 with our featured pairs. On 71 and 72, we have William Penn, our defending champion on the men's side. We'll learn a little bit more about their run to the title last year in 2018. We'll recap that. They're bowling alongside St. John's. I know we got some fans of St. John's in the chat already. Thank you for joining us here in the early going. And over on 73 and 74, a tradition here at the Hoosier Classic. Get to see the great in-state rivalry, Indiana and Purdue. Always tend to be on one of our featured pairs to kick things off, so that tradition continues. Of course, Indiana the host this week. Big shout out to H2M Management for all their work this week. I'd also like to thank Make-A-Wish, Logo Infusion, Kegel, and many folks who helped make this event really the biggest stage during the regular season each and every year. Today, for the men, we're going to have 6 traditional games, so you can see that very clearly on the left side of your screen. Game 1 of 6, so 6 of those today, and then at 4 p.m. Eastern, we will have our women's 6-game block start up. So essentially right now, Western Bowl 80 lanes. We are using 78 of them. We have one down pair, 79 and 80. Otherwise, we are wall to wall with the student athletes. And arguably the most demanding event of the regular season as well. That's definitely one of the exciting parts, is the challenges Mr. Nick Hoagland puts together as the lane man, and there's been a lot of buzz about it already. We'll talk about today's oil pattern in just a moment, but the bracket finals tomorrow. Honestly, I can say I've never seen it before. This will be a first for me, and probably pretty much everyone here, outside of a few select folks. We have the legendary lane man, Lenny Nicholson. He's going to be here on site. He's already here in Indianapolis. He's going to oil the lanes, 71 through 84, or 71 through 78 for the bracket portion by hand. So no lane machine. We shared some photos on social media yesterday of his spray gun, his towels. He's got his mop ready. He's got everything ready. So we're going to see something pretty unique, pretty awesome, pretty cool. We're going to chronicle it a few different ways so folks can appreciate it. So we're definitely looking forward to that. But definitely a lot of excitement to look forward to this week as we wrap up the regular season. And of course, coming up next week, on Wednesday, we will have the sectional assignment show and announce where teams are heading for one of the 4 sectionals, whether it is Smyrna, Tennessee, Stratford, New Jersey, Addison, Illinois, or Dallas, Texas. Of course, the goal from that is to advance on to the Intercollegiate Team Championships, which is taking place in Dayton, Ohio in April. We've got a long time to talk about that, so we'll get some details for you. We'll let you enjoy game number 1 here as you can see, if you're not in full screen, you got the access to the panels, the chat room, of course. We have a few options for you to click to kind of check things out. If you want to see the lane schedule and see who's going to be coming up to the featured pairs today, you can go ahead and click on that. That will also essentially tell you where teams are at on the scoreboards as well. So as you can see there for game one, William Penn is going to be on the left, St. John's on the right, and then Indiana Purdue on 73 and 74. Then you can see all the way through game number 6, all the teams making their way. So if your favorite team is making a trip to 71 through 74 here on Bowl TV, give or take each traditional game's about an hour. So obviously there could be outside factors if there's any breakdowns or anything like that. But hopefully we're pretty confident that's we're in good shape here. So kind of you can plan it out that way. And then on the panel to the right of that, we have today's oil pattern. So this is a pretty unique situation here, which is basically become expected here at the Hoosier Classic. So if you click on the picture of the graph, you can actually pull up a PDF. You'll see it a little more clear than you can in just the photo form. So this pattern is 38 feet in length, using a combination of current and ice oil. But the unique thing when you look at it is that on the left side of the graph, there's essentially horizontal strips. And essentially, from what Nick told us, there's going to be basically less oil on the left side. And those strips are basically areas that aren't oiled. So for that, for the players on the left side, that'll be the interesting part to watch. Nick, his goal kind of with that was to have them show off each aspect of their game to be it. So based off of that, I would think, left side, obviously probably going to start off pretty straight, but the idea is that there's going to be a basically similar breakdown on the right side, so the lefties will be moving right as they go on throughout the course of the block. On the right side, it's going to be quite a bit of volume. Nick said, or essentially if you look at the graph, it says 28.7 mils. Nick said approximately, that number is skewed a little bit because of where we don't have oil. And he said essentially on the right side, that's going to be closer to 33, 34 mils. So definitely going to be a little soupy on the right side in the front part of the lane for the guys. And on the left side, with those little areas there, the lefties are going to see a little bit more transition than they're used to seeing. So once again, we're always excited to see what Nick has to offer. He's done some wacky stuff over the years, and I think that's more so for the players. For us, it's interesting to see how they attack it. But for the players themselves, a lot of exciting challenges to put yourself in position to make the top 8 for bracket play. But we're going to let you settle in. We'll bring Emil on in just a few moments. But for right now, game 1 of 6, men's qualifying 2019 Hoosier Classic is underway. William Penn, St. John's, Indiana, and Purdue, your featured teams. Thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV. Be here all day for the Hoosier Classic. So settle in, get some coffee, send some to lane 71 through 74. We'll need it throughout the course of the day. But thank you for joining us, and enjoy.
That was a shot, by the way.
All right, good folks, as we have surpassed the halfway point of game number one, let's take a moment to welcome in my main man here in the broadcast booth, guy who knows a little something about collegiate bowling. He's a standout at Lindenwood University, Emil Williams Jr. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Aaron. How are you today?
I am doing well. It's the 50th Hoosier Classic. This is
Yes.
This is big time. This is a big cool moment, and we get to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's certainly an honor and pleasure to be here. I know you've been covering the Hoosier Classic a few more years than I have total, but I've seen the event once or twice, both from the booth, if you will, and on the lanes. So always has some room for excitement, never ceases to amaze. There's always some surprises, maybe some unexpected things. Actually, that's kind of the beauty of it, because you never really know what to expect. You hit it on it earlier in the intro in regards to lane conditions and what Nick might create, what he might put out. That was always the challenge. Obviously, can you conquer Nick? It's like beat the coach. We used to have that at youth league. That's basically how you come in. Like, you got to beat the coach this week. How can we beat Nick? So, looking forward to it. For a while, he had let us know potentially some things that might happen for the 50th as we were wrapping up things last year, of course, and kudos to him and everyone involved. All those things have come to fruition here for the 50th.
And as you mentioned, the Hoosier, not only an end of the regular season and kind of the last big test before postseason play, but it gives you an opportunity to really see some teams and kind of, you kind of mentioned that a team that, may come up and surprise you a little bit. And I think for us, only getting to be at a handful of events last year, William Penn was maybe a little bit off the radar for us. And they came in, they bowled great, made it to bracket, and ended up making their way through for the victory. They came into the bracket play as the number 7 seed, so only 8 teams advanced to the bracket portion of the event, and they ended up defeating the top qualifier, Wichita State, in the championship match. And since then, that that was really a kickoff for us as far as kind of keeping our eye on the team, and they have not disappointed in the few events we've been able to catch them at this year. Definitely a strong team from 1 to 5. You gotta like that lineup, and gonna be tough in the upcoming months as we get into the postseason.
Yeah, you're completely right. Last week or a couple weeks ago, we watched some women's bowling at the NCAA level, and at the Prairie View A&M Invitational at the ITRC in Texas. And that event, very similar in the sense of we get a chance to see some teams at that level that we don't often see or get a chance to see really during the year. And same thing here with the Hoosier Classic, although we're very familiar with many of the teams. We cover a few more events, obviously, on this side of it, but we don't see every team. And this event brings out just about every team that is either, one of the top teams in the nation, if you were to call someone a mid-major, if you will, the 10 to 15 range, maybe the 20 to 30 range in the rankings, and then also those who still need to earn points or the remaining points they may need to be eligible for postseason play. So you see every team just about across the country, from Florida to California, all the way, Minnesota, Texas, everywhere. And so that's one of the best parts about this. And, William Penn, they were awesome last year, and they've proven to continue that awesomeness throughout this season. So really, really, really good example of how sometimes the Hoosier Classic, can certainly jumpstart. And they were having a solid season last year when they got to the Hoosier, but really said, oh, okay, let's go ahead and hit the cement, if you will, and win this event. They were honored this earlier before the squad as the defending champions. Obviously, they get to bowl where their masking unit resides, currently above 71 and 72. So looking forward to that. Also looking forward to this afternoon. We'll see the best women's teams in the country as well compete.
And we will kick off with Newman on the women's squad. Once again, another tradition of the Hoosier Classic. And one of the things we didn't necessarily touch on, but as you can see on the masking units there, and this is, once again, Western Bowls, 80 lanes. So to cover all these pairs with masking units is that's some history right there, and they're getting pretty close to that. It's getting full, but one of the perks of winning the bracket, and we have the brand new one way down in the middle of the house for the 50th, is that the winning team essentially gets one half of the masking unit to autograph, graffiti, whatever you want to call it,
tag.
It's all good. So teams get the opportunity to basically show off their artistic skills as well. I feel the girls' teams are usually a little bit better with that. Seems like they have a little more legible penmanship. So shout out to the girls for that.
Well said.
But it's always cool to see. They do that right behind us here. After they finish up, teams get about 15, 20 minutes, however long they need. Markers, all that's provided. They go to town. So that's the goal at the end of the week. Of course, another one of the goals is to, as you mentioned, accumulate points. This is really the last opportunity for these teams to get enough points to qualify for sectionals. So essentially how that works is after the 2 days of qualifying, we mentioned the top 8 make it into bracket play, but based off your position heading into that point, that's how you essentially receive your ranking points for the year, and those are accumulated throughout the course of the season. So that's what the polls are essentially looking at. The bracket portion a little bit extra, but definitely adds a ton of excitement. And Emil, we got to see the spray gun yesterday. You got to carry it. You actually got to take it out of the package. So that was pretty cool. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to expect. What was your first thoughts? Kind of seeing how we're going to oil the lanes here for bracket play.
I was thinking like spray bottle and not necessarily spray gun. So I had the wrong image in my head. But I have seen that contraption though, but obviously not used in the bowling sense. But it's the cool thing about that is, you know, and Nick is always a forward-thinking person. Shout out to Indiana, big 4-9 conversion in the 7th frame. But you know, the forward thinking to actually bring back the past, if you will, right? To you know, hey, 50th anniversary. How can we really make it different in a sense, or allow the players to maybe see something they haven't seen before? And you know, quite honestly, obviously, we're in the mid-30s now.
We are
And
smack dab in the middle
so
of that.
we've got several years now on the players competing, and so I'd have to imagine that the majority of these players haven't seen oil applied by hand. I'm sure maybe a few have, but the majority certainly haven't. I know I have not, so I'm anxiously awaiting the great Lenny Nicholson.
It's going to be pretty cool. Of course, Len, for those of you who don't know about his background, was the lane man for the PBA throughout the course of the, I want to say, maybe some of the 60s, 70s, and the 80s. I feel I would do him a disservice if I didn't. All right, Emil has his PBA Hall of Fame profile there. He's instrumental in developing the PBA lane maintenance program in 1971. Of course, now known as the Phantom with his radio show. And but Nick had this vision of bringing Lenny in for this last year. He mentioned it to us just as a, already thinking ahead. The 50th, obviously a huge milestone, and yeah, to kind of see it come together, we were kind of patiently waiting as well. We're getting towards, 2019 creeps over. We're there. It's like, well. And we're like, all right. And then all of a sudden get the email from Nick. It's happening. It's going to happen. This is what we're doing. And then if you've been following us on social media, on Facebook, the Sport of Bowling USBC, at USBC on Twitter and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram, we actually have shared the photo of the spray gun. That was yesterday. So definitely got some good traction, a lot of comments on Facebook, a lot of shares. So, like, Nick kind of gave us the rundown yesterday, which was interesting. We talked to Mark Lewis, Wichita State women's head coach as well, kind of talking about the process of that, and just essentially it does everything, or the idea is to do basically that process was done, and they saw how it was done, and they said, let's make a machine to do that. So the oil machines you see today are based to create the same things that folks like Len did on the lanes in the 1970s, 1980s when he was out on tour. So there's going to be, I don't know, I'm just excited. There's a lot going on. Tough break there for William Penn to kick off their ninth frame there with the light mixer 710. Statesman kind of off to a little bit of a slower start here, looking to find some momentum late in game one. Kind of glancing around our area, there's a few players who have figured out this 38-foot condition. We see some string of strikes up there. Of course, being able to put it together as a team, that's the big thing. In order to put yourself in position to make that bracket portion of the event. As we talked about, 6 games today in the traditional format, and for tomorrow, this has been a newer change in the past year or two. We'll be bowling 15 Baker games to finish up qualifying, so essentially 3 Baker sets, if you will. Before we get to the bracket parts, the teams get the ability to bowl in both the traditional and Baker sense, and then, of course, bracket all Baker. Best 2 out of 3 for the first 2 rounds. Then the finals, a best of 5. As soon as game 1 completes, we'll work with the staff here, the H2M management crew, to get you results from game to game. We'll have those available here on bowltv.com once we get our hands on those. So we'll keep you up to date throughout the course of competition. Have a brief recap on bowl.com at the conclusion of today's competition, which will be many, many, many hours from now, if we're being realistic. But that's okay. Yeah, let's see for 5 in a row for William Penn. Definitely see a variety of angles to get to the pocket on the right side here. So definitely make it interesting later in the block to see where these folks get to.
Yeah, and you described the left side of the pattern and kind of the reasoning for it. So I think should see a good combo of the multi-angle righties, as you mentioned, but I do think those that are left-handed and got some different tools in the toolbox, those may come into play, and being able to deal with transition, which might be a good thing to be left-handed this week and see some transition and be able to kind of utilize that sometimes where they don't see it. And if they do see it, it might be later, maybe at the complete end of a block per se, as opposed to when righties might see it second, third game, for example.
Yeah, I'm definitely once I get kind of that first run of individual results, I try to track down a few of the premier left-handers in the college bowling atmosphere, see where they're sitting in the early going. Of course, another big part of Hoosier Classic weekend is the eliminator that takes place the Friday night before competition kicks off here on Saturday morning. First opportunity to kind of get familiar with Western Bowl, face some tougher conditions. I believe that's usually open to high school student athletes as well, so you get the up-and-coming collegiate athletes the opportunity to kind of mix in with the current collegiate class. So they had a full house for that last night. And then to kick things off today was a very moving tribute video before we got into practice and everything. A gentleman who was very close to the IU bowling program was an All-American for them, Lee Johnson, passed away last year from brain cancer, and they named the eliminator after him, and had a nice about 5-minute tribute video to Lee before everyone kicked off competition today. So definitely some heavy hearts from that IU faithful to lose Lee. But they know he had been fighting for a while. But definitely a tremendous bowler. Part of some of those very stout IU teams in the mid-90s. Definitely a touching tribute to kick things off today prior to the start of competition. talked about some players finding the right look here on this 38-foot pattern. We have a pair of bowlers going for 279 just outside of our featured pairs for Martin Methodist on 75 and 76, and for Savannah College of Art and Design Savannah. Both of those players getting ready to step up in the ninth frame right now. William Penn continues to bring it with the team chants. Wow. Taking care of business.
Wow, wow. Nice shot from Reese Hurwitz. He covered a few boards with that. Not sure if he expected it, but we again touched on him a little bit. That's what you're getting in the first game. That's favorable than anything I've ever witnessed competing at the Hoosier Classic. There's definitely a little area to play with. Simply going to say that, man, we just never bowl well at the Hoosier Class. Every time I come here, I go, well, good thing you don't have to bowl. Nice shot.
It's 231 there for the Statesman. William Penn is enjoyable.
They are. I think that's one of the other reasons why. They are one of the teams that most teams that I've seen from a chemistry perspective. Even when things seem to be a bit difficult, they always seem to remain relaxed. They got some swag, and they know how to play it up the camera a little bit too. And they back it up, most importantly.
That they do. That they do. They're going to finish with 9:30 here in game number one, so we saw some struggles for them, but finishes strong there in the 10th frame. Putting together a few doubles, few three-baggers as well, and it's one of those things we'll get kind of a better idea of what the scoring pace is looking like after we get some standings here, kind of see around. We've been to a few events where we've seen some huge scores out of the gates, and others where you're able to grind out that 1,000, that 1,030, right around there. That's looking all right. You wait for your moment to kind of go on from there. So we'll get to see there, but strong finish in the 10th for the Statesmen. 930, 890 for St. John's. So they have wrapped up game number 1 on 71 and 72.
A lot of love for St. John's, we mentioned in the chat earlier, and they will be moving on after starting with an 890. St. John's back in business. Doing their thing. One of the top programs, have been one of the top programs in the country in recent history. Or I should say in history, in the history of collegiate bowling. They got a few players on the squad, so that's a team you look out for at sectionals. That's a squad there who could definitely turn some heads and do some damage for sure. That's also something we'll get into a little bit this week or this weekend. We talked about sectionals, and there's a final opportunity. This last regular season USBC collegiate event to earn points for postseason play and to be eligible. So we'll take a look at the most recent power rankings on collegebowling.com. So we'll get into that conversation. We talked about those at the Kegel ISBPA event. That was last tier 1, the most recent prior to the Hoosier here this weekend. That was January 22nd, so about 3 weeks ago. Do that on both men's and women's side, of course. Talk about some of the best teams according to those rankings as well, and perhaps what we might expect. But when you get to this point, you can never really count anyone out. Even the teams that would be quote-unquote expected to perform well, sometimes that just doesn't happen at this event, and simply because it's the Hoosier.
And there's 78 teams. That's tough when you boil it down to making the top 8 here. 78 teams on the men's side. That is
it's a lot.
That is tough.
This event is like, if you watch college basketball, they had like Big Monday last week, right? And you hear the term Big February or something like that. For example, hey, PBA doing some great stuff. Big February for them. It's kind of the Big February, the Hoosier Classic for collegiate bowling. IU and Purdue. Teams also with a lot of historical, not only from an institution perspective, but certainly at the collegiate bowling level. Indiana, so obviously synonymous with this event. Obviously, they've hosted it for now 50 years. Between some level of alums and other members of their program at some point. So it's really cool from that standpoint as well, that perspective, to be able to continue to host and, volunteer. They put in a lot of time, a lot of hours. We're here for the weekend, but they're preparing as soon as the tournament's over for the next season.
Yeah, this week, this event, all that goes on with it. The team, Nick Hoagland, Bo Shipley, Steve Harmon, Dylan Murphy, Nick Harishny. All those guys just give a tremendous amount each and every year to this event. And I'm probably missing a few folks here, which I do apologize for, because there's a ton of folks volunteering their time to put this event together. So just a huge thank you to them for continuing just to reach out to help build a bigger and brighter future for the sport.
Coaches, you can drop your recaps off here at the counter, and we'll make sure they get into the tournament office if it makes it easier for you.
8:40 for IU, 8:04 for Purdue to wrap up game number 1. Coming up next here on Bowl TV, we're going to have Illinois State and Lawrence Tech over on 71 and 72, along with Martin Methodist and Pikeville on 73 and 74. So team's not moving too far. As we mentioned, we got to see some bigger games over there, courtesy of Martin Methodist. Looks like what's that look like to you, Emil? Is that 951? 981?
It's either 50 or 60.
So they had a few big games in there. Of course, they're coached by Bob Learn, and also saw Amleto Monticelli yesterday, part of the coaching staff there. So some pretty lucky student athletes there to have that opportunity to work with two legends of the game. Right now we're going to settle in as teams get to their pairs for game number 2. And with that, we're going to step away for a second. So don't go anywhere. Bowl TV's continued coverage of the 50th annual Columbia 300 Hoosier Classic. Wire-to-wire coverage here on Bowl TV continues. Game 2 coming up next. Thank you again for stopping by Bowl TV.
Nick Karishny to the counter, please. Nick Karishny to the counter.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, game 2 off and running here on BowlTV.com. Emil Williams Jr. along with Aaron Smith. 71, 72, 73, and 74. Get 4 teams a game. We've got 6 games. We'll get to see 24 teams today. At least on the men's side. Same schedule, same format for the women's squad this afternoon into this evening. And then, as Aaron mentioned, some Baker games essentially in the morning. And we'll cut it down to the top 8 on the men's side, top 8 on the women's side in their respective divisions. We'll crown some champions tomorrow evening here on Bowl TV. Illinois State and Lawrence Tech on 71 and 72. Again, Martin Methodist and Pikeville on 73 and 74.
Nick Rubel is going to be coming around with a jar or a deck of cards and a bowling ball as we begin raffling off some Columbia 300 bowling balls during competition.
As you can hear over the public address announcements, good run at that 3-4 split there from Lawrence Tech. But along with the sponsorship and the volunteers, the staff, the crew that puts this event together, of course, the great sponsors of the event also participate, and right now they're going to begin walking around and doing some raffles and win some bowling balls courtesy of Columbia 300. Big logo infusion is here on site. KR Strike Force is also here on site. The Make-A-Wish Foundation of Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana also on site. Very cool thing with them. Specifically, last year they had, and I believe this year as well, where a Make-A-Wish participant will throw out the first bowling ball, essentially the first shot. Then do its day. It happens in between squads, so it will happen before the women's squad this afternoon. But spectators are asked to donate a small donation of $5 to enter the building, and then all of the money goes to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. It goes directly to them. Everything they make from the gate, all of it goes to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So obviously well-ran event, but the community support, the industry support for this event has really kind of made it into now this version of it. There's even going to be the PWBA will also be represented later in the day. So any potential prospective PWBA members, if you have some questions and you get a chance to ask those to one of the best in the world, Shannon Puhowski, she'll be here at the PWBA booth. And so you can ask some questions, potentially think about, hey, what you may want to do at the professional level. The next step.
Emil, to get back to our young friend who's going to be represented by the Make-A-Wish this year. Her name is Kisman, 5 years old, from nearby Lebanon, Indiana, and her wish is to go to the Walt Disney World Resort, which I say that's a pretty Pretty cool wish. So Kisman will be on hand a little bit later today to throw out a shot, and of course, all the donations, as you already mentioned, will help her make her way to Walt Disney World. So very cool what everyone does to really make this event come together.
As we get a look at Martin Methodist. Field 3, 6, 7, 10 attempt here, but the squad got their first victory a couple weeks ago in Cincinnati at the Cincinnati Collegiate Classic. Good run at it. Talked about the teams, or the amount of teams that are here this week. We'll just go ahead and read off many of the teams here. I mentioned earlier, come from all over the country. Last year we had a team from Canada, and this year that team is back. Georgian from Ontario participate. Huntington, Adrian, Wichita State, Emmanuel, Madonna, let's see, Notre Dame, Ohio, Grandview, Iowa Central, Ball State, Nebraska, Lincoln, McKendree, Vincennes, St. Ambrose, Northern Kentucky, Michigan State, Wright State, Canisius, West Texas A&M, Aquinas, Mobap, Missouri Baptist, Robert Morris, Illinois, Lindsey Wilson, Clark, Newman, Ottawa, Penn State Berks, Wisconsin Madison, Weber International, Indiana Tech, Northwestern Ohio, Lincoln Memorial, Siena Heights, RIT, or Rochester Institute of Technology, Bethel College, Calumet, Bowling Green State, Campbellsville, Culver Stockton, Wisconsin Whitewater. SCAD now with 2 campuses with that are fielding teams now. I guess I should say the original, which is in Savannah, the OG, and now the Atlanta campus with a squad as well. Mount Mercy is here along with Toledo. Notre Dame of Indiana, William Patterson, B, Ohio State, Davenport, Concordia, Sonny of Stony Brook, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Midland, Florida State. We mentioned Georgian. San Jose State, of course, from California, UNLV, Central Florida, St. Francis, Illinois, Kansas Wesleyan, Morehead State, Waldorf, Marion, Lindenwood, Highland, not Highland, Indiana, Aaron, sorry. Urbana, South Florida, Muskegum, Robert Morris, Pennsylvania. Finished runner-up the ITCs back in 2007. Illinois State, Roll Tide, Alabama, Lawrence Tech, William Penn, St. John's. Of course, we saw St. John's along with IU, Purdue, Martin Methodist, Central Missouri, Wisconsin, Oshkosh, and of course, Pikeville. It was the men's teams competing here at the 50th annual Hoosier Classic.
Did you just read off all 78 teams?
I did.
I could listen to you do that all day long. Soothing tones of Emil Williams Jr.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
And of course, if you are curious, maybe you checked it out already, but want to know who will be on the featured pairs on the men's side, we've got those for you. Just click on the panel next to the chats. It's got a star associated with it on the side of your screen. On the sidebar, click on that. It'll tell you which teams and which games they'll be a part of. If you keep clicking, one more to the right, kind of the mountainous type cliff, which is funny because cliffs are often associated with describing how lanes can develop. You can take a look at the lane condition that the men are competing on here. And of course, you can also check out the live events calendar. Also an option on our sidebar. You can take a look at the times of when we'll begin things throughout the weekend and of course what's upcoming. And as you can see, if you scroll down, we've got sectionals up next from the USBC collegiate standpoint. But we've got a few more items between that time period.
Yeah, the big thing currently not on the schedule. We'll get it added here. The sectional assignment show coming up on Wednesday, February 20th, I believe is the official date on the calendar. But this upcoming Wednesday, as we've mentioned, the regular season comes to a close with the events taking place this weekend. The majority of the programs are here. There are a few other smaller events going on across the United States. But we will tally up those and let everyone know where they are heading for sectionals. Once again, 4 across the country, March 8th through 10th. The singles portion taking place as well. Smyrna, Tennessee, Stratford, New Jersey, Addison, Illinois, and Dallas, Texas. Bowl TV will have a pretty unique view for that if everything goes according to plan. Essentially, you will just come right here to bowltv.com, and at the bottom of the screen, as you can see right now, if you're not in full screen mode, we have featured lanes and archived events. Going to be a few more things down there. So essentially, you will be able to hop from region to region, sectional to sectional if you'd like. All those will be available underneath the screen. So, the click of a button, you can go all the way from Georgia to Dallas. And you don't have to pay any baggage fees for extra baggage, because that's not fun to do. No delays either.
Are we going to Georgia?
Did I say Georgia?
Oh, I mean, that's fantastic. First of all, I know Georgia's on your mind. Shout out to Ray Charles.
I meant Tennessee.
The old sweet song.
I said Georgia.
I said Georgia.
Sing it, E.
Georgia. The whole way through. Okay.
I was hoping you were going to continue.
Nah, that's all I'm gonna give you. Unless you got a record deal, man, that's all I can give you.
So there's no karaoke situation happening here?
No.
Because I know a place.
Got Dallas, Addison, Dallas, Texas, Addison, Illinois. Stratford, New Jersey, and Smyrna, Tennessee.
There is a Smyrna, Georgia, though, right? I'm not totally crazy. So I just got them confused, even though all right.
All right, if you have the Jack of Hearts, you just won a bowling ball. Come to the table just to the side of the counter. You have the Jack
Someone's
of
won a
Hearts.
bowling ball. But you must have the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, pretty cool way to do a raffle here. Once again, with all proceeds going to Make-A-Wish. Essentially, to buy a ticket is a card. It'll call them out throughout the course of the weekend to redeem your prize. So, some lucky spectator walking home with a bowling ball. I don't know about walking home. It's kind of cold outside, so unless you live very close, I wouldn't recommend it. So, but
I've got some stories about walking home with bowling balls.
I'm intrigued by that notion.
Yeah, it was. My brother and I every now and then would walk home from youth league, and let's see here. Let me give you some exact mileage. I don't know why we did it.
Well, that's how most good stories start.
Hey, I have no idea. I'm sure there was probably once or twice where we just didn't have a ride. We said, "Oh, let's just walk. It's no big deal."
Are you carrying the bowling balls as well, or did you have a locker situation going on where you could just?
And I feel 100%. I feel like we did carry bowling balls maybe once or twice, but other times we just did it because we had done it before. So it was like, okay, we know how long it takes, and then you do brotherly things, right? You race and find things to throw at each other on the way and that kind of thing. Wow. All right, so in our story here, turns out that we only walked 3.2 miles, which is tough when you're like 11 or 12. Seems so much longer. Now it's like, oh, we only walked 3 miles? And we were like puffing at one point or another.
Well, there on the map it says it's more than an hour walk. So,
But that part is definitely correct.
that part is okay. All right.
It took a little bit. I mean, we weren't running. How about that? I'm going to tell my brother. You ever think about the distance that we walked? It's actually not a far distance at all, but it seemed like an eternity when we were doing it.
Well, I feel traveling works the same way nowadays. As you get older and you kind of get used to that. Trip in the car to, even a 3-hour drive felt like 6. 5-hour drive felt like 3 days.
We were determined. I mean, we loved bowling. We still do, obviously, but it wasn't a big deal. I walk home. And then thinking about moving into high school, there were a few times where I either wanted to practice after school, and then of course you mentioned lockers, so you smarten up a little bit and get yourself a locker. But I know I've brought a two ball bag on the CTA bus once or twice in my day. It's all about how bad you want it, Aaron.
It appears so.
I was 100% deep into bowling. Like that was it. You gotta do what you gotta do. If you want to practice, then you gotta take the bowling balls to school. Because you're gonna practice after school because the bowling center was a block from school. So if you just get it there, get yourself a locker, then you'll be okay. But sometimes, you need them for league, so you take them home at the end of the week, but you got to bring them back. You got a match on Monday.
So the nearest, I'm just trying to think about residence-wise at the moment. I'd say Brunswick Zone is about 3.2 miles from you.
From where I am currently?
Yeah. Give or take. Seems.
Like Watauga?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I want to see this go down.
There's a 20-year gap between walking that 3.2 miles, which I have no issues walking 3.2 miles. I might have issues with the carrying of the bowling ball part at this point in life.
Heck, we can pick whatever Rocky movie that we want to compare to this. We can work Creed in there. I'll hop in the Impala. I'll just kind of follow along.
Wow.
Root you on.
Training. It kind of sounds okay. Not really.
I don't think the other folks on the road would enjoy me driving that slow.
I feel like you're challenging me right now. So now I'm going to have to walk to Brunswick Zone Watauga.
All right, Nick's coming around with the second ball raffle.
It seems foolish because we're adults now.
It does. There's so many opportunities to utilize various resources in the 21st century. I will say, though, I will not do it in August. It gets a little hot in Texas.
That is probably a fair and just point.
Illinois State, Central Illinois, Bloomington. I had a lot of friends who went to Illinois State, although none of them bowled collegiately. Good squad in the Missouri Valley Conference.
As you can see there in the middle of your screen, Bob Learn Jr.,
There he is.
head coach of Martin Methodist, Mr. 300. It's one of those things, obviously there's a lot of great folks who give back to the sport through coaching and through various programs, and just like this through collegiate programs, and a pretty unique scene walking into our host hotel last night to see Bob Learn, Amleto Moncelli, and Charlie Tapp all standing around chatting. A lot of success, a lot of history between those three players, and now all three of them giving back to the sport through coaching. Pretty cool to see that transition, and kind of excited to see who's going to be doing that down the road too as well. Definitely seems to be a growing dynamic, that want to kind of help an upstart program, and it'll be fun to see this landscape in a few years, kind of see some of the names that continue to pop out and take on that challenge. Obviously, we have several players associated with the PWBA now that coach on various aspects, not just USBC collegiate, but NCAA as well. And it's fun to see those players who are still competitive on the lanes giving back to the bowling community, and essentially the folks that are going to eventually challenge them at the professional ranks. Great shot in the 6th frame from Lawrence Tex and Jordan Bryant. Had a pocket 710 last time on lane number 4, or on, excuse me, it was frame number 4, lane 72. No chance of any corner pin standing on that shot. Great, great delivery, great execution. Kick things off in the 6 for LTU. Taking a look at last year's Hoosier Classic bracket, Pikeville finished qualifying in 6th place overall. To earn some bonus bowling, they defeated Calumet in the first round 2-1 before falling to eventual champion William Penn 2-0 in the semifinals. It's a good mix last year in the top 8. As we mentioned, William Penn defeated Wichita State in the finale, 3.5 to 1/2. They tied the first game before William Penn rattled off 3 consecutive victories to claim the title. Individually, Alex Galinsky from SCAD led the way in the overall standings, 14-29 for his 6 games. So as we mentioned, there was a little bit of a change in the format. So for quite a few years, the Hoosier was a 9-game event over 2 days.
9 long, hard, brutal games.
Hey, just because you guys struggled, you can't take it out on the event guy. But in recent years, they wanted to incorporate the Baker element a little bit sooner for the teams that did not get the opportunity to advance to the bracket play. So instead of having 3 traditional games Sunday morning, they have 3 Baker sets, 15 games apiece, or 15 games total, 5 games apiece for each Baker set. So get the opportunity to see teams show their versatility in the Baker format. For those of you who may be new and are unfamiliar with Baker, it's pretty unique. It's 5 players bowling 1 game. So your leadoff bowler will bowl the 1st and the 6th frame. Second bowler, 2nd and 7th. Third bowler, 3rd and 8th. 4th and 9th. And then the 5th bowler will bowl the 5th and the all-important 10th frame. There's Jonathan Lovett cleaning up the spare there for Pikeville. In the 7th frame, we got to see Jonathan deliver big time on Bowl TV to wrap up 2018 at the Glenn Carlson Las Vegas Invitational, rolling 300 on our featured pairs. I was at the South Point Bowling Plaza in Las Vegas. That was pretty cool to see. That was a high-scoring event. Saw a few 300s that weekend. Jonathan, first player to accomplish that. It was very nice of him to do it on our featured pairs as well. Very appreciative of that, because that is cool, and we like to do cool things here. All right, folks, as promised, as soon as we got some standings, we would let you know. As Scott in the chat has pointed out, also available on the Hoosier Classic Facebook page. You can find them in the panels if you're in the chat right now. The bar graph essentially moving up. If you click on that, there'll be a big image that says updated standings. If you click on that, it will take you to them. You can find it on page 2 and 3 of the PDF. Team standings through game number 1, Wisconsin Whitewater leading the way 1,058. Midland 1,031. Grandview 1,022. Savannah College of Art and Design Savannah 1,017. And St. Francis, Illinois 1,003. Here's your top 5 and your 5 teams who are also plus. Everyone else under 200 after game number 1. Robert Morris, Illinois, 974. Northwestern Ohio, 965. Davenport, 964. McKendree, 963. Wright State, 960. So a lot of teams kind of cooped up in that mid-900s range. So you can check those out a few different places, but we do have them available right here at BowlTV.com. Wisconsin Whitewater leading the way. The Warhawks were pretty tough here last year. Leading the way here in the early going, Midland, Grandview, SCAD, and St. Francis, Illinois. Pretty stout top 5 to kick things off. For our featured teams, it looks like Lawrence Tech was at 938. They were in 20th place. Pikeville at 906 in 28th. Martin Methodist just outside the top 10. 12th place with 951. Illinois State a little bit further back, have some work to do. 822, tied for 57th. To go along with that, we have some individual standings available on that same PDF. So Dylan Byers of SCAD, 257, leading the way. Chris Yaddo of Midland, 253. Gage Stelling, Northwestern Ohio, 747. And then Daniel Ransom of Grandview and Dallas Leong. Oh, I skipped over Sam Contrell. I'm sorry, Sam? Sam Contrell of Grandview. Both him and Daniel at 246, tied for 4th here in the early going. Dallas Leong at 6th. UNLV 244. Dallas Dobrin, or Dylan Dobrin, excuse me. Calumet 243. So is Samuel Atkinson of Marion at 243. And then Dawson Mayer of Indiana Tech and Ryan Dudley of Iowa Central CC rounding out the top 10 at 242. So some numbers out there.
We said it in the first game. When I saw Reese Hurwitz bowling ball cover at least 10 boards or so from left to right, I said, uh-oh. Yeah. Looks like the bowlers have spotted the friction. And bowlers enjoy friction. Generally. It's almost like a soothing thing most of the time, because if you can find the friction, then you can kind of figure out then how to get your bowling ball to the friction, whether it's early down lane, etc. Make the adjustments from there. Yeah, if you don't find the friction, that's where, and I know I've been guilty of it in the past, where, if you start to become, you try to be perfect, and swing never really loosens up. You're trying to point, and then obviously the condition is demanding nonetheless. So then you're trying to hit a board, and so, but if you can find a friction, you say at least I know where it's at. Then I can figure out how to maneuver myself, and, stance and bowl balls and whatever else you need to figure that out. So it's only game one, or that was only game one, I should say, and we're coming up to the end of game two. But some of the leaves we've seen certainly indicate friction.
And that's the thing, especially in today's game, is that's what you look for first, is to find out. I've heard Kelly Kulick mention that many times. That's her first goal when she's on the pair. As soon as she finds friction and finds a place where her ball, she knows she can get something off the spot, essentially, then, okay, I can start going from there. But, conversely, we talked about the left side as well being a little more unique with this pattern out here. And mentioned that, just want to keep an eye on some of the familiar port-siders, if you will, southpaws, other terms for left-handedness.
Wait, what was that first term?
Port-sider.
Wow, I've never heard that.
I hope it's right. I feel that's a boating thing.
Well, I hope so.
Port side of a ship.
Oh.
Port and starboard are nautical terms for left and right, respectively. This is my best day right now.
Wow.
You are witnessing it.
This dude is
Port
dropping
sider.
it.
Yes. But
shout out. Okay. See what we got on Bowl TV. See what Aaron's doing for you.
But, there were definitely some familiar minds or some familiar players I wanted to just keep an eye out. And, just looking at kind of the first page of it here, I do see a few of those names up there. Michael Martell, 227. Matt Russo, 225. Wesley Lowe, 217. So those are folks who we're used to seeing strike quite a bit, pretty much across the course of anything. So the fact that they're seeing some success early, I think, is going to kind of play into what Nick was hoping to see, and we'll see where they end up when it's all said and done.
Tenth frame, 73 and 74. Martin Methodist will finish on 73. Pikeville finishing on 74. And right now, Pikeville has a good chance to put something up here. Good break, and they'll take that. Pikeville can get to 10:55, and that is if all from here on out strike out. Of course, that's their max. Good ball change. Trying something on the field after the nice break in the second shot. I believe that's Alex Hoffman. kind of giving that look where you go, wow, I've been looking for this reaction the entire game. Finally, I see it. Hopefully, I can go and do that with the next pair if that pair will provide me what I just saw. Oh, slapped the 10 out. That's a huge shot there. First one in the 10th. So important when you're working on a string.
Yeah, Pikeville has it's a nice opportunity to get to 1,000 plus here this game.
55.
And as we saw from scores in game number 1, you know, that's here in the early going. That's what you like. Another great shot there. Good morning, Sean. Thanks for checking in. Scott, let's see. William Penn is not too far away from us. Looks like they can, let's see, 75, 05, 35. So that's another 60. They can get to right around 960. Looks like Rocket Kostrick is up right now. Their anchor player in the 10th frame. As you can see there on lane 69 did not strike, so that's going to lower the max score down a little bit, but they can get to right around 940 with the spare here in game 2.
So Aaron, to me, the friction seems to be and I can't pinpoint it at the moment. I get a few more shots, but it's around like 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like. So the last few shots you saw from Pikeville, they were kind of going right up the boards, the outside, hitting the 1-3, able to kick the 10. That one's outside too, and maybe a touch slow. It almost left the 4-9 there, but they seem to at least have figured out, and not that other teams haven't yet, but from what we've seen early on here, they've elected to attack the lanes the way perhaps the pattern might intend. Wow. 10-pin, but that ball came peeling back. Well, Martin Methodist, so this is you know, earlier I said there were some times that the Hoosier would just baffle you and, you know, have you thinking some terrible things about yourself and your game. And it's supposed to do that. I mean, it's difficult for a reason, obviously. And you were mentioning a little bit earlier, format was a little different, but there used to be a pattern. There used to be 3 different patterns. It used to be generally a long, medium, short type situation.
Well, there are still 3 patterns today. But not today, but for the event itself.
Yeah, and you're correct. But because of the format change, there was no Baker, obviously. And so you kind of, all 3 were going to be difficult, and just hope that maybe your style of play would favor one or the other. It's the same situation here. But this is where I wish I was bowling. This would be in my wheelhouse. And it has some elements of being flat too. Because if you miss in,
It goes.
it's going left.
Does not hold up at all. Good morning to my good friend John in the chat. John, yes, that did happen. I'm very upset about it. I yelled at Nick.
Yeah, it went down.
But tradition is tradition, I suppose, when you get to the 50th. So
Yeah, we might as well put that in the tradition category at this point, I think. As long as you're here, you can probably bet that that's going to happen.
as long as the tradition from last night doesn't continue forward, that's the important thing. It was a unique situation for a lot of the competitors last night. The host hotel where we're also staying at had the fire alarms go off at about 11:30 last night. So big thanks to the staff there. We had the Indianapolis Fire Department now, as well as the police force. So luckily, nothing major, nothing too crazy with it, but that tradition can stop with this year. I'm not happy if the other tradition continues, but I'll accept it.
It's a very nice game being put together here by Pikeville. Looks like they've got a good team rhythm as well. They can, each player is watching the previous player. So really been able to see and get a very good picture of where they should be on the lanes. And at the same time, you get a chance to see Bob Learn talk with his player about how they'll attack this field shot.
Yeah, for Martin Methodist, as we mentioned, they had a pretty nice opening game. One pair to our right on 75 and 76. Definitely jumped on the struggle bus here in game two. And they're going to be just a tad over 800. So for Bob and company, it's all going to be about bouncing back. Obviously, teams get to warm up on their starting pairs, and moving on to the pairs throughout the rest of it, you kind of have to figure out what the teams in front of you did and kind of how they got to where they did as well. And Pikeville figured that out, and for Martin Methodist, they just did not put it together.
Yeah, for Martin Methodist, I swear it helps to have someone so experienced like Coach Learn. He's seeing it, and and portraying it and describing it, I'm sure, so the players can have a bounce back game.
217 finish, 1,009 for Pikeville here in game 2. So our top effort of the day so far here on Bowl TV. Lanes 71 through 74 are featured pairs. Remember, you can see the whole lineup for the men's squad by clicking on the star in the panel section to the right. If you are not in full screen, you can see that. Then we will do the same thing for the women's block later today once we get the live stream going for their 6 traditional games. So tale of 2 games on 73 and 74, and now in the 10th frame with Lawrence Tech and Illinois State. Both teams still trying to find something late here, find some momentum heading into game 3.
Tenth frame finishing up. Lawrence Tech and Illinois State here on 71 and 72. Looks like they're the only team bowling within a 10-lane vicinity here, or radius. So let me move it on to game 3 here. Hello, Canada. from Georgian. So if you guys got the message there, appreciate you tuning in to check them out. Again, they'll hit the lanes here momentarily as they await their additional team on 74.
Emil, you talked about the folks finding friction here. And we're definitely seeing that. But how important does that make finding hold then?
Not really important, but yeah, I think what could happen on some of these pairs is we haven't seen too many folks kind of do what Pikeville was doing. And so if everyone kind of started maybe 15-ish, it'd be hard to develop that hold early. And so there could be a situation where there may not be much to deal with for most of the day on some of the pairs. But, when you have some teams like in Pikeville, just kind of up 5, 6, 7 in that area, at some point, the lanes will certainly blend out. And there'll be a little bit of that anyway, just as the oil gets pushed down. But it could be a little tough on some pairs depending on how everyone plays. And that's what, one of those things that, also makes the tournament difficult. A lot of teams, and you're not going to hit every single pair, obviously, but, each team's going to particularly play them differently, more than likely. I shouldn't say that, actually. Some will play them similar. There will be some also who will play them differently than everyone else, but everyone might think they're correct into how they're getting there. And if they're scoring, how can you necessarily argue with it? But when you think long-term in a 6-game block, yes, some pairs may cause you to move a little further left. But the move could be, hey, if it's hooking tremendously on one pair, perhaps no one's really touched the right side or the outside part of the lane. And maybe that would be the move instead of continuing to move left. Maybe it should go right.
.794 finish for Illinois State, and LTU going to wrap things up here, 10th frame. Well underway, because we're down to the 5th bowler, so that'd make it beyond just starting. Got Midland, Georgian, Canisius all here and ready to go. Michigan State will be our 4th team to join us here for Game 3. So yeah, definitely excited to see what Midland has after a for a nice start. It's been an exciting team all season. One of those teams when they start getting to go downhill, they don't stop. They can strike in bunches. So hopefully they have some excitement in store for us here on Bowl TV. Coming up next, game 3 of 6 of the men's qualifying block today. Lawrence Tech finishes up with 871. Once again, this is the 50th annual Columbia 300 Hoosier Classic at Western Bowl in Indianapolis. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr. Game number 3 coming up next. But we'll be here all day long, so if you're looking for something to do Saturday, Bowl TV is going to be the place to be outside of the oil break between the men's and the women's block. We're going to be rolling, so pick your favorite teams, sit back. We'll get you some standings after 2 as soon as we get them. Some teams obviously still finishing up. But game 3 coming up next. Hoosier Classic, let's go.
By some chance around 67 to 68 you grabbed the wrong purple hammer.
Who grabbed the wrong purple?
There's probably a million of them out there today, yes. If that's not yours, bring it up to the counter so we can take it to the right owner. Thanks.
it going? Yes, you too. Great to see you. How's it going?
Hell yeah!
All right, good folks at Bowl TV, we are settling into game number 3. Here at the 50th annual Columbia 300 Hoosier Classic. A big shout out to H2M Management for their continued support of this great event. Make-A-Wish doing some great things for a great young girl, Kisman of nearby Lebanon, Indiana. Wants to go to Walt Disney World Resort. So for all the folks in attendance this week, we're trying to make that happen for Kisman. So hopefully on the way in, folks were able to donate to Make-A-Wish. Logo Infusion on site as well. Ken Keegan, shout out to Ken for everything he does for the sport of bowling. Had to agree with Zach. Emil is the best. It's a good dude right there. But there's so many folks who make this week happen each and every year, and we've been involved with it here on Bowl TV for just a handful of them. Obviously, this 50 years, a great history with this event. But the folks we get to see year in and year out who make everything happen here. Nick Hoagland, Dylan Murphy, Bo Shipley, Steve Harmon, Nick Harishny, the staff here at Western Bowl, always accommodating to the student athletes. Of course, it's a full weekend starting on Friday night with the mini eliminator. Always sells out. Then back-to-back long days here. Qualifying and bracket play at the Hoosier Classic. We'll be here for all of it on Bowl TV. The only thing we will not capture, because we have two things going on concurrently, is the women's second round of qualifying, their 15 Baker games tomorrow. That will be going on at the same time as the men's bracket play, so we'll focus on the men's bracket during that time, but we will wrap things up with the women's. Bracket here on Bowl TV, and that'll be tomorrow night. Approximate start time for that is 4 p.m. Eastern. The men's bracket, 12:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, and then we'll kick things off bright and early, 7:15. With our 15-game Baker qualifying wrap-up.
We got another lost ball. We're looking for a hustle ink with yellow grips and a black slug. Anywhere from points 45 to 47. If you happen to have it, please bring it to the counter.
Of course, we're talking about people who do great things for collegiate bowling, and we'd be remiss not to mention, with Michigan State on the featured pair, Carl Nicolai, longtime coach of the Spartans, and really imperative to so many things on the collegiate bowling level. Everything on collegebowling.com is Carl's creation, so just can't thank Carl enough for his tireless work. to help college bowling continue to grow and get where it's at. Of course, on our side, Gary Brown, downtown Gary Brown. Collegiate bowler himself, right here as part of that Indiana tradition. Bowled for the Hoosiers in the mid-90s. It's been part of the USBC collegiate program probably as long as some of these student athletes have been around. There are some very dedicated folks to helping the sport grow, so we thank them for their continued support, everything they do, and how they help us out as well. So for all those good folks mentioned there, keep doing what you're doing. And we appreciate it all. Right there, we appreciate strikes from the left side. Just a superstar sighting. The live stream with Josh Blanchard. Just on the tournament champion show just a few days ago. Finished in 4th place at the TOC. That was Zach Carr, though, striking for Midland. Once again, we talked about the left side being pretty unique. We have a few left-handers from Midland. Keep an eye on Colby Crowell, Zach Carr.
Zach got a cut. I didn't even recognize him.
It's his senior year. It's time to change things up, prepare for the future.
A good question in the chat from Sean Donahue. There are, ask how many lanes in the building, and then how many, what's at the largest center that we've seen or been to. There are 80 lanes here at Western Bowl, part of the Royal Penn Centers, where, and I don't remember every center that's a part of that, but 3 for sure. Western, Woodland, and Expo all have 80 lanes in some fashion. And I say some fashion because Expo is a two-sided center, 40 on one, 40 on another. But Woodland, 80 across. Western is 80 across. The largest centers I've been to certainly would be these. Stardust Bowl and Addison. How many lanes is Stardust there?
A lot. I'm thinking 74, 80, or 84.
I think they've got 84. Stardust has 84 lanes. And we were there for the Kegel ISBPA Tier 1 event a few weeks back. We'll have a We'll be hosting a sectional there, USBC Collegiate Sectional. So 84 lanes at Stardust Bowl. That's a suburb of Chicago. Other centers I've been to with large numbers of lanes certainly would be in Vegas, Las Vegas. Of course, the South Point Bowling Plaza. 60 lanes. They'll be hosting the Open Championships in just under a month. That'll be the start of that. There used to be a center in Chicago. It was called Miami Bowl. That also had 80 lanes. And it was right in the city. Southwest side, in fact, it was directly across the street from Curie High School. On Archer and Pulaski.
Just a note, we will have standings after 2 coming up shortly. We'll give you a quick rundown on the team side. Grandview moves into the top spot, 1970, leading after 2 games. Northwestern Ohio, 1965. Midland on our featured pair, 1962. St. Francis, Illinois, 1955. And Wisconsin Whitewater, 1953. Your top 5 at the moment, so no teams plus after 2 games. But we'll get that full document loaded up in just a moment, so you can see where your favorite team is here at the Hoosier.
Thanks for that note, Sean. 116 lanes. A lot of lane beds. A lot of maintenance. Certainly a place I'd like to check out, though. Put it on the bucket list. All right, Aaron, read off some scores for you, just a quick update, but as you can see, score is now updated online. You can check those out for yourself. You can click the lower third or the kind of bar graph type icon.
We did run down the teams, but individually, Ryan Dudley of Iowa Central CC, 242, 222, 464 through 2 is leading the way. That's a 232 average, not too shabby. Chris Yadeau from Midland on our featured pair right now, 459. He's tied with Nathan Heaston from Ohio State, the Ohio State. In fourth, David Hooper from Emmanuel, 458. Brendan Hall from Clark, 456. Matt Russo from Weber, 452. Dallas Leong, UNLV, 444. Jacob Hubbs from St. Francis, Illinois, 442. Justin Ulrich from Wright State, 441, tied with Paul Sachs of Pikeville for your top 10.
Shot there. State leadoff player. Michigan State's had their fair share of really good squads also in their history. Oh. No love on the messenger. Wow, would have been an interesting hit there. I don't see that type of messenger go. If you're curious, coming up next in game number 4, again, 4 of 6, we'll have McKendree, the defending men's ITC champions, along with UNLV, Dallas Leong in the top 10 individually, represents UNLV, St. Ambrose, and St. Francis, Illinois. So that's coming up next year, game 4. Your feature pairs 71, 72, 73, and 74.
It's a pretty stout pairing right there.
Indeed.
Some exciting teams on that list.
Indeed, and yeah, I mean, and all of them could end up in the top 8. I mean, you just never know at this event. And when we get a chance to see some other squads again prior to the postseason. So this would be a, for all intents and purposes, a good preview, if you will. This event is an entire preview. As the field gets narrowed, Nationals, ultimately, there'll be 16 teams, men and women. 16 men, 16 women teams to compete the ITCs in April.
This, however, is the last time these teams will really use or see the traditional game format with 5-player teams. It's all a postseason play. Is Baker. So the ultimate team format. To determine who goes to ITCs and eventually who will raise the Helmer Cup. Fortunately for myself and all the good folks on Bull TV, I know someone who's actually done that. That's Emil Williams Jr., 2005, LU.
Well, in fairness, I mean, you know a lot of people who've done that.
Well, yeah, but on the headset with me at the moment, that's a pretty unique feature. But yes, we've seen quite a few folks in your brotherhood of ITC champions, just not only competing but in attendance this week. We mentioned Josh Blanchard walking by. I believe part of the, I think he was on the team all 3 years, that Wichita State run from 2008 to 2010. Matt McNeil, 2015 ITC champion with Wichita State as well. Saw Nathan Bohr walking around. I keep mentioning Wichita State guys, but obviously they win quite a bit. So I believe Nathan was part of a squad there in the mid-2000s, 2003. So I have to ask, when that moment came when you guys had officially locked up the victory, was there any determination how you guys would go grab the cup? Who would get it first? Who would run out there first? Or was it just a free-for-all of excitement?
Yeah, I don't think any of that was even thought about, or I don't think so, at least. I could have saw us saying, you know, go send the captain out there or the senior out there or something like that. I don't even remember how it played out. So I had to go back and watch it to even see who was first to even go over there. Yeah, that's a good question.
I have to go back and examine a few of these. Now I'm curious if there is a... Let's see who has it planned out, who has thinking ahead. Obviously, everyone goes into that hoping they're the team at the top of the standings when it's all said and done. Is Chris Yadeau playing them pretty straight there. As we mentioned, he's second in the individual standings. And bring in the heater, Ricky. I would almost think that would be your thing, to still be able to maintain angles that tight, but it's a little tough to see the rack from our vantage point, so can't say for sure. Emil, we're in the back half of Game 3 here, and there's one noticeable absence from our team this week is our guy Brandt. Brandt Houghton, we've dubbed him the giveaway guru. He's been on all of our new BullTV.com broadcasts, bringing some excitement in the chat. And most importantly, giving away some stuff, so we're going to have to take it over. Okay, the virtual t-shirt cannon or whatever he calls it. It's wacky. Doesn't make sense, but he does it. I wouldn't trust him with any type of cannon, let alone something in short range. But with that being said, I think it's about time we got a few things to give away this week. So for all of you folks tuning in right now, we'll give you a second or two to get acclimated. I don't believe if you're in full screen you're going to see it. However, if you can see the chat, you can see all that stuff. You'll be able to see it pop up on the screen, and then all you have to do is click on where it says it'll pop in the lower left-hand third. You'll just have to click Submit Entry, and then you're set. You're already logged in because you're watching Bull TV, and we appreciate that. We appreciate everyone taking some time out, but let's give away something. We haven't given away anything all day. What do you think we should give away? Or shouldn't we say it?
I like the element of surprise. It's hard to get upset at a free gift.
We do have a grand prize this week. So it's going to be a Google Home Mini.
Oh my!
So at some point that is going to be the giveaway. Will it be this time? Would that?
Probably not.
Would we do it? I don't know.
No.
That might be too bold.
Yeah.
Too bold for a Saturday morning. It's not even 11 o'clock yet.
Bold cotton. All right. The raffle's out there.
All right, folks, as you'll see on your screen, and there is a call to action. So it gives you some time to kind of get ready for it. And once again, it's going to be very simple. All you're going to have to do is click Submit Entry. When this screen pops off, there'll be, I forget if it's 45 seconds, a minute, something like that, to do that. That's all you have to do. Don't have to answer any trivia questions, or
Although that could happen later.
that'd be big time right there.
It's like Celebrity Jeopardy.
We'd be showing off then.
Just pick a number. Pick a number, any number, and you win.
I'd be ready for that. I could do that.
By the way, I'm on board with Linda's gift idea.
We have an autographed photo of myself and Matt Cannizzaro, but that's not the same. So once again, it's counting down right now, so all you have to do, click Submit Entry. And you're good to go. So we'll see who our winner is momentarily. Best of luck, everybody. And our winner, Abigail. All right. There we go. So USBC Polo heading to Abigail. Just a heads up, you will we will be reaching out to you, or actually Brant will be reaching out to you on Monday. Just find out shirt size and everything, and then we will ship that away. So congratulations. We got a few more things to give away throughout the course of our weekend. So as always, we'll be sure to prompt you. We'll give you the heads up that that we're going to do that. Going to give away some stuff. So I got the first one out of the way. I feel good. Feel reinvigorated from that. And somewhere Brant is cringing somewhere, because he didn't get to fire his virtual T-shirt cannon. All right, that was all right. Good times. Good times on the lanes as well. Here in game number 3, Midland, Michigan State, Canisius, and Georgian. Georgian, of course, joining us from the north, out of, I believe, Ontario, Canada. I believe there are a few programs that are in the USBC collegiate realm. They're from Canada, obviously Georgian, one of those, but a few others out there too. So there's a great shot right there to kick off frame number 10. For the Kodiaks. Michael in the chat giving a shout out to Tommy. Question from Lance. I believe the best place to find the full look at the lane assignments is on the Hoosier Classic Facebook page. Simply just got to type in Hoosier Classic, and that will take you there. I know with as big as this center is, teams kind of stay pretty close for our para games, and then they make a bigger move. I don't know the exact jump off the top of my head, but essentially the teams that are coming up next for us are all on surrounding pairs. So like St. Ambrose will be here. They're over on 75 and 76. St. Francis is coming over. They're on 77, 78. Same thing with McKendree and UNLV. They're just pairs to our left. So everyone kind of stays close for 2 games, and then that's when they make the bigger jump. So the Hoosier Classic page, definitely a great resource. A lot of good information from all the stuff for Friday night's Eliminator to getting teams squared away, making sure you got your team hotel room all set. Bunch of great stuff available there, so be sure to check it out, give it a follow, give it a like. Posting standings there as well. You can find it there or here on BowlTV.com. Once again, the panel on the right with some of the tabs up top can get you there. It's the one in the middle. Click here for updated standings. Taking a look over there on 77 and 78, and RMU, Robert Morris, Illinois. Been one of the top teams all season, and they're striking. Chance for a huge gain. We're in 6th place, 1946. So an opportunity to really make a bold move here. Definitely a shot to get to plus and then some. Canisius finishes up with a 686. One more shot to go for Georgian. They can finish at 878 with a strike. So got the 9th frame going on here. 71 and 72, Midland and Michigan State. 875 finish for Georgians, all done on 73 and 74. They will await St. Ambrose and St. Francis, Illinois in Game 4. Early double in the 10th for Sparty and company.
Well, we're going to see St. Ambrose next game on our featured pairs. Aaron mentioned that a little bit earlier, and they could be coming to the featured pairs on some pretty good momentum. See how they finish things out.
See far left, or excuse me, far right of your screen, that's going to be Nate Stubler. Not getting the hit there. If he would have gotten one more, he would have been in the 250s, but 247 though for the talented left-hander. Learned a spot on Junior Team USA for the first time just last month. The Team USA trials. But yeah, the Fighting Bees are pesky. Much like in real life.
Nicely done.
They are, but this one is is much less problematic for you know the stings and hives and all that stuff. They're just really good at bowling. But this is a team that's come together. You know, we saw kind of Brent Boho, you know, making Junior Team USA in 2018. Now kind of the senior leadership of that team. You know, Kyle Kroll going back a few years, a great player for Eric Liddick and company. And St. Ambrose is just when you kind of just scroll through that roster, and they have a pretty big roster up on their website. This group has some guys who can toss the rock. The women's team also really good, but yeah, this is I feel this might be the year for the Fightin' Bees to really. What other puns can I use here?
Well, I don't like real bees, like in real life.
This I know.
I can't help.
I've seen this. See them buzz their way into CBS Sports Network final. Sting their way through the bracket. I don't think any of those are great. I can do better. I just need more time. Give me more time. Also in the chat, if you got a good pun for this situation, I am more than willing to take it and run with it. With credit given, of course. Yeah, gonna be moving time here for RMU over on 77-78. They are putting the finishing touches on a number.
Once again, we're looking for a Columbia Chaos around lanes 45 and 47. It's not yours. Please return it.
So 9:08 out there for Michigan State. 2 more strikes here in the 10th. Great shot there for the double. 60 pins. We get Midland to 851. So Zach Carr bringing the fire. But overall, some struggles for the Warriors here in Game 3. So we have some transition getting tricky here. 9:07 for the Spartans of Michigan State. One last shot to go here for Midland. We're going to get to 8:39, so Game 3 in the books. Game 4 coming up next here on Bowl TV, 2019 Hoosier Classic. We're going to have McKendree, the reigning ITC champion, making their way to 71 and 72, along with UNLV, and then St. Ambrose and St. Francis, Illinois on 73 and 74. So while we have a moment, we're going to step away, but we'll be right back here. Second half of the block getting going here. Hoosier Classic, Western Bowl, Indianapolis, here on Bowl TV. Thank you again for joining us. Game 4 coming up next.
Choice last night when the fire alarms were going off. Well, Perry just snapped me. He was like, "Was that Colby?" No, it's all Tommy. Who are you taking? That don't matter.
Forward, Nick, I got some sheets of water.
You guys having fun yet? You having fun? Oh, dude. Yeah, I'm trying not to.
Okay, if you have half of card, the 10 of spades, you just won a bowling ball. The 10 of spades is the latest winner. We're working on ball number 4 coming up. 10 of spades is the winner.
Game 4 officially underway. Got some new teams. As we teased midway through Game 3 on 71 and 72, McKendree and UNLV, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, on 73 and 74. University of St. Francis, Illinois, and St. Ambrose. Let's talk about the St. Ambrose, the program. Thanks, Mary, for the kind note. Mr. Pate watching. Mr. Pate's here, and as he said, he'll be down when Whitewater is down there. They'll be on next game. Please click the Star tab. Find out which teams will be featured in what game. Coming up next, we'll have Lincoln Memorial and Weber International, along with Wisconsin Whitewater and Bowling Green. Robert Morris has moved one pair, and so you'll be able to get a sneak peek of the Eagles on the right side of your screen. They are on 75 and 76, along with Georgian College, our neighbors from the north. We the north. And it looks like we've got is that Davenport? I believe that's Davenport. You'll be able to see a little bit of to the left of your screen. Actually, 4 of their 5 players have started with a double. And right now their anchor player is the only one who has not struck. 9 spare in the first and now a 4 pick. So we'll keep an eye on Davenport. Lance, I guess I assume you're referring to, well, I'm not sure when you typed the message, so it could have either been St. Francis or St. Ambrose on 73. St. Francis just finished up their second frame on that lane. It's a cool tidbit, though, to share. Sometimes, we don't really know what's happening in the settee area, but there are some teams like a William Penn, for example, who, when they're having fun, they're doing some cheers and some chants and stuff like that. But I can attest to several teams being pretty cool to bowl with. I mean, one traditional game is generally an hour, so you're spending an hour basically with another team, a different team each game. And that's another reason how the friendships, not only just on your own team, but perhaps you may develop some from another squad, because you literally spend that kind of time with individuals every single week, just about. Every single week would be literal, but figuratively speaking. September to April, or late September, really October to April for most. This is who you see.
As a casual observer of your life, it seems like you make quite a few of those type of friendships with other teams and folks you did not attend school with. But if I had to ask, what team would be at the top of the list is most fun to cross with in the mid to late 2000s for LEU?
For us, I should say for when I was bowling, so I would count the years 2003, 2007. It might have been a little different when I became a GA, because things change and the groups change out. So new players kind of take over that spot. You're just a coach at that point. Don't worry about the other stuff in a sense. I would say Pikeville was certainly one, if not the most fun. So Pikeville, we had a lot of high competitive battles with Newman as well as Morehead State. So, which might be just a touch different. Where when we were facing those teams, it was going to be fun, and we knew each other, but we probably weren't really going to talk to each other. But Pikeville was just like so relaxed, kind of laid back a little bit, where you could still be in an intense battle, but somehow it'd still make it fun. It's interesting. I was talking to Kyle Barnes about that recently. Of course, Kyle is Joe C. Barnes, PWA star. Kyle went to Pikeville, and we were talking about some similar things actually recently. I'm trying to think who else. Pikeville always stood out, though. I bet some teams would say us. Honestly, on the other side of that coin. So we were pretty fun to deal with, too.
You guys also had those nifty jerseys as well. So
we only wore those one time.
What?
That's
I've never been more upset in my life than I am right now.
Yeah, we wore those once. One day.
Well, apparently it was a good day. It was a good day to do it, but
and that was not a regular in our entire schedule. The funny thing is, bowling's so different now in regards to what you can have from an apparel perspective. So, that the flame shirts were upwards of I guess what would be today. Actually, those probably still would be out there, if you will. Only like who else? I mean, you only saw like Danny Wiseman wearing a flame shirt. So it was definitely different, unique at the time. But yeah, one time, man. Anything else? We were back in our normal polo. Various color schemes, black and gold, or we had some different color polos too. We always just tried to get something different for ITCs. Thinking that, hey, this is the one. This is the one we'll take the picture in.
I remember very vividly in 2010 in El Paso, the orange pants for the Lions. That was bold.
We've got a history of being bold with our apparel on the lanes and off the lanes, actually, because there's some photos of some former players at the ITC bank wearing some very bold items. But I have to give them a lot of credit to the generation after mine, because they came up with a lot of stuff that we wouldn't dare have worn or thought about.
They have raised the game. I just heard Midland over there, one of their common chants, and I think the past 2 years they've done fairly well at the banquet as far as attire is concerned.
Indeed. You got to bring it.
Nick Pate with the USA suit.
That was a pretty nice touch. It was well put together. Speaking of Midland, hi, Mary.
Yes, hello.
Shout out to Kevin checking in. Dakota.
Dakota, part of that RMU squad from last year. Once again, putting up some big numbers here in game 3. Just a few pairs to our right. 11-40 over on 77 and 78. They're now on 75 and 76 of this game. As soon as we get an update on standings through three, we will let you know, get those posted here on Bull TV. Where's Jeff Goodger when we need him? This is a Jeff Goodger moment happening right now.
The dead wood.
The Chronicles. I believe we will see a Western Bowl staff member come and take care of this. This has been, seen this a few times already over on 75 and 76. So I think once to get a representative through this jam-packed crowd at this facility, we will be good to go. Always a great crowd on hand at collegiate events. We say it every time, but it's shout out to all the parents. You know, they had a moment prior to the start of today's block recognizing all the seniors. And you know, that's a reality for a few folks. Is, you know, might not have the points to make it to sectionals. This could be the end of the season, potentially the end of 4 years on the lanes, representing your respective universities. So. So an emotional moment for some, but I feel we will see a large majority of these teams making it to one of the 4 sectionals coming up in just a few weeks in March.
It's always the best time of the year, and then it's also going to be bittersweet as well. Just for that reason you just mentioned, you talked about seniors. Ultimately, only 16 teams, both the men and women's divisions, collegiate bowling, will advance to ITCs, and then of course, one men, one women's team will win ITCs. There are some other ways to represent your school. Of course, singles, intercollegiate singles championships. Qualifications for that will also be held during the sectionals weekend on the Friday prior to, or not prior to, excuse me, the Friday before team competition begins on Saturday.
Far left of your screen, this is Brian Halen for McKendree. I'm going to make it 4 in a row. Bringing the heat. Hashtag 2 hands. So for the Bearcats, once again, the defending ITC champions, clean here through 4. Looking to keep the momentum going into frame number 5.
All right, and I said we'd talk about it a little bit earlier, and it seems like a good time, especially since we have several of the top men's teams in the rankings near us. So we're going to run through the collegebowling.com online power rankings, team ranking system through February 10th. Of course, just 6 days ago. And at the top of the list, the Robert Morris University Eagles, Illinois. 1 in the rankings currently. And this is about the time of the season where the rankings kind of in their truest form. And what I mean by that is, if you ever go to collegebowling.com and you'll kind of read or understand how the rankings are created, the formulas, etc. But also, a lot of teams sometimes bowl a lot of events very early. Sometimes teams don't bowl as many. And so there's kind of that discrepancy, so to speak. And not that the rankings are wrong, it's simply for the fact that some teams have bowled more than others, and the rankings necessarily haven't caught up, if that makes sense. So once you get to this point in the season, obviously this is the last event. And so now those teams that have maybe reached, the limits in regards to how many, or the minimums and what events you need to bowl or how many, and even the maximums, if you will, 5-2-1s, that kind of thing. How you get into it. So Robert Morris leading the way, followed by Weber International and McKendree. Wisconsin, Whitewater, and William Patterson, top 5 in the ranking system. So we'll expound upon that in just a little bit. Right now, we've got an important update. Aaron's going to let you in on a little secret.
Oh, this is where I'm supposed to talk about things. Okay, yes, we just get an update of standings here, so we're going to work diligently because we received them from Dylan.
How about
Murphy? My man. So we're going to get those posted here momentarily. Robert Morris, Illinois, though, as no surprise with that big game in game number 3, moving into the top spot of the standings. But we're going to have those posted online in just a moment. Shout out to pdfmerge.com. That's a helpful site. Very fond of it at the moment. This is a valuable tool in our current game status. You know you're getting old when you get excited about PDFs. This is
what a time.
This is a terrifying moment for me now.
While Aaron's doing that, I'll go 6 to 10 on the online team ranking system. St. Ambrose is 6th. You are watching. Wichita State is 7th. Calumet College of St. Joseph is 8th. Grandview is 9th. And Lawrence Tech is 10th. Again, I am reading from the most recent collegebowling.com men's online team rankings. These rankings also used for seed and disperse teams in their respective sectionals. As well, be sure to join us for that on Wednesday, February 20th, for the sectional assignment show. Aaron and I will let you know where your team's going. In the early evening at the moment, tentatively scheduled for 6 Eastern. All right, St. Ambrose trying to do something here. 3-bagger up top for the Bees. Let's see, Indiana, or excuse me, IIT, I should say. Midland University, Newman University, Lincoln Memorial, William Penn. That's 11 through 15 in the men's rankings. SCAD of Savannah, Notre Dame College of Ohio, Hastings College, West Texas A&M, Pikeville, 16 through 20.
So taking a quick look, deviating from the overall season rankings to the rankings through 3. Robert Morris, Illinois, as we mentioned, leading the way, 3,086, the only team plus. Northwestern Ohio in second, 2991. They've been pretty consistent so far today. William Penn making a big move as well, 2960, jumping into third. Wisconsin Whitewater fourth at 2952. Grandview 2948. St. Francis, Illinois on our featured pair, 2855. So we have a little bit of separation from 5 to 6. Newman in 7th, 2854. Concordia in 8th, 2842. So there's your top 8. First team out at the moment for bracket play. Vincennes, 2826, 16 pins back. Wright State following that. Midland, we saw them have a rough game there in game number 3. They drop all the way to 11th. Taking a look real quick at the overall standings. As we mentioned, we got some pretty talented programs here. And right now only one of them in the top 8 at the moment, St. Francis, Illinois. UNLV down in 23rd. St. Ambrose in tie for 20th with Weber. So a little surprising to see Weber that far down the standings. And McHenry tied for 33rd. So right now the Bearcats are doing what they need to do. To kind of make a move here. And of course, with scores being a little bit lower overall, an opportunity for a big game here can probably jump you a good 10, 12, 15 spots. Looking at the individual standings. And Emil, help a guy out here. Curtis M. from William Penn. That rhymes, but
yeah.
I'll just get it wrong here, then we'll have the good folks in the chat correct us. Curtis Machka. 231, 209, 237, 677 leading the way so far. Kelly Metz, Pete Virgos, 671. Alex Olette from Concordia, 666, as is Chase Benitez from Robert Morris. Adam Morse from Grandview, 650. Gage Stelling from Northwestern Ohio, 648. Dylan Byers falls a few spots in the standings. Actually, he was leader after one, excuse me. From SCAD, he's at 646. Justin Aldridge from Wright State, 645. Mason Yamato, Lincoln Memorial, also at 645. And Caleb Nunn from Indiana rounding out the top 10 at the moment, 643. Chris, hopefully I got that right. Machka. Or am I putting too much emphasis on a certain part of it?
That was well done if that's the case.
Christopher's going to help me out here in the chat because I haven't met Chris, but he seems like good people. So, Linda, great question. Is tomorrow the same pattern as today? No, it is not. The Hoosier typically features 3 different oil patterns throughout the course of competition. One pattern today. Then there will be a separate pattern tomorrow for the Baker portion in the morning to finish up qualifying. And then the big finale with the bracket final, where we get the spray gun out and legendary lane man Len Nicholson, although Lane Nicholson would also work for him because he's the lane guy. But Lenny Nicholson here in attendance, he is going to oil the lanes by hand for the bracket portion of the event. So that is going to be pretty cool. We posted some photos and some original documents for that. So that information's kind of out there already as far as what they're going to try and do. The pattern for tomorrow morning has not been revealed yet. Coaches will have the opportunity 1 hour before the start of competition tomorrow. As soon as they turn in their ball cards, or actually I'm not sure if that's for tomorrow as well, but I know that was for today. As soon as they turned in their ball cards, that was when they could access the pattern the first time. Kevin O, we agree. Definitely old school, but it's the 50th edition of this great event. So this, we're pulling out all the stops. Nick Hoagland helps run this as part of H2M Management along with Bo Shipley and their great team. Nick had this in mind last year for the 50th, wanting to do something these student athletes have never seen before. And Nick in general causes a lot of headaches for these young bowlers with his tricky patterns. I mean that in the nicest way possible. But so this is something completely new. And the funny thing was, we were talking about before we did a test of the equipment yesterday just to make sure everything works. Saw Nick, we see Nick periodically throughout the year, but always good to catch up. And we were kind of talking about it. He's telling us about the process because neither you or I have ever seen a lane oiled by hand before. And he's like, the best part about all of this is if it's tough, someone gets mad, they can't get mad at me because literally I did not oil the lanes this time. So that was pretty funny. Obviously, oiling by hand, you know who to blame because you always blame the lane guy.
Yeah, I'm still crazy to think. This is crazy to quote quoted a tweet, that we tweeted, but from my personal account. Feel free to follow me at EWJR. Follow Aaron Smith at USBC Aaron.
It's very subtle.
And follow us overall at USBC on Twitter. But, when you think about, Lynn made a career out of being able to do what he's going to do essentially tomorrow. But we talk all about bowling ball technology and how other technical advances have, accrued across the sport. But just think about the way they used to do it and how we now apply oil to lanes. And the machines don't even need, they need some guidance, but they don't need anyone to do it. They don't even need a push anymore, with certain machines. And we've all seen the, walkers, for example. So it's something to think about in that sense.
But the cool part about a lot of that is obviously coming back to, how it was done in the 1970s, 1980s, as Len was doing that, really helped develop the technology that we have today. As essentially the certain aspects and the things that the machines do now is what he was doing by hand. It's just obviously now made into a process to where it can be done in machine form versus hand form. Obviously, that makes it a little bit easier to become more accurate with it.
Yeah, I'm sure at some point he probably said, hey, how can we make this a little bit easier on myself and everyone who does this on the body? Everything involved.
So McKendry still clean here, 7th frame. Jacob Nibs will look to continue that for the Bearcats. Dallas Leong waves to the crowd for the double. And it's one of those things you talked about. Earlier, the LU struggles during your time here at the Hoosier. And, sometimes, whether it's the oil patterns, whether it's the house itself, some teams just tend to struggle. And I seem to recall McKendry for being essentially the team to beat the past few years of the ITCs. Just trying to think of the last few years, they haven't shocked the world at the Hoosier. So obviously this is a great stepping stone into the postseason, but for the Bearcats, they've been able to kind of shake off probably not their best performances of the season. Obviously they have some time to turn that around here, but they've typically had some struggles here at the Hoosier, so I don't know if it's a combination of Western. Obviously for Nick, he works on the conditions leading up to or throughout the postseason, so maybe not so much him, but maybe just find some struggles here at Western Bowl. You never know. There's obviously a lot of aspects that go into it, but Bearcats definitely putting together their best effort of the day so far, though. So plenty of time to move up some spots.
Okay, our fourth ball Nothing of diamonds, you are a winner. Come and see Nick over here by the bar. The 7 of diamonds is the latest ball winner.
Colin Smith gets the late hit for MCK over on 71. They're going to get that score corrected. Can still get into the 260s. Saw Colin have a strong showing at the Kegel ISBPA last month in Addison, Illinois. Great shot for St. Ambrose. They've started frame number 7, 3 for 3. See if Brent Boho can add one more on for the Fighting Bees. One came hard off the spot, 3-6-10.
I'll tell you, from a laydown point, that looked like it was going to lay off, if you will. A down lane, it looked pretty good from the start, but that's been a common lead today, 3-6-10. And unfortunately, if it was a split, that we've seen it 3-6-7-10 a couple times left today. A lot of 4 pins as well, especially for righties.
Three in a row for Dallas Leong of UNLV. So the running Rebels wait patiently to move on back to lane 71. Brian Halen looking to wrap up frame number 8 for McKendree. Few spares after the early 4-bagger for the 2-time Junior Team USA member. Back on the strike train. There's Davenport getting the slow roller on 70. Once again, for those of you curious about who'll be coming to our featured pairs for the rest of the day, you just have to click on the star in the tabs above if you're still in the chat. Show you the lineup for the whole day. We have Lincoln Memorial and Weber International heading to 71 and 72, while Wisconsin Whitewater and Bowling Green will be on 73 and 74. For Game 6, we'll have RIT and Siena Heights, along with Calumet and Bethel, to wrap up our men's qualifying block for the day. You can also find standings, as well as look at the lane pattern. You can click on that to kind of see the full version. Obviously a little tougher when it's kind of scrunched down like that, but open it up, get the whole PDF. It's a nice shot there from Mark Gonzalez of St. Francis, Illinois. trouble there for Brian Halen in the 9th frame. McHenry might be looking at its first open. So he can find a way to cover the 3-4-7. Definitely can run it down, but it's even the first split showing on the board for McHenry here. Time for the foundation frame on 73 and 74. So Colin Smith has really been a steady performer for the Bearcats over the past few seasons, has really grown as a player. We saw him show some strides early on as a freshman, made to the ISCs. I believe that was back in 2016. And it's just been a pretty steady force every time we've gotten to see the Bearcats here in 2018 and 2019. Going to bring in a substitute for Colin's final shot, but some impressive bowling from that young man. We'll get credit for 242. So Kendry has 1,000 and change still out there. UNLV an opportunity to take advantage of some strikes coming up here. Still have, I believe, 960 out there if they're able to connect on these last 9 shots. Dallas Leong working on 4 in a row, stepping up for UNLV on 72. We'll be looking for a lot of push there. You see, not happy with the execution of that shot. Can cover it up, though, and still get to 211 this game. McKendree already at $9.99, so max out 10.29 for the Bearcats. Nice cover there by Dallas. 10th frame underway on 73 and 74. St. Ambrose going to be in the 230s to kick things off. Halen will take the 2. Disappointed finish. Sure, he was thinking about a little bit more of that game after the strong start. 197. McKendree gets to 1,008. 902 the final tally for UNLV for game number 4. Bowling balls flying everywhere. The art of moving from lane to lane is a crafty tale indeed for these players. Great shot there. 73 for the Fighting Saints. They're still not out of wood for getting to 1,000 this game. Pretty thin margin to get there, though. Weber International already has arrived. Get ready on 71 and 72. Haven't seen Lincoln Memorial yet. Bowling Green also on the scene, getting ready to compete on 73 and 74. Wisconsin Whitewater, have not seen them make their trek over yet, so that's to be expected. This is the moving game where teams make the bigger jumps. So once again, with an 80-lane center, obviously we're not having them jump too far from game to game. So it's pretty small moves and then a bigger move every second game. So teams kind of stay in close proximity for games 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, but between 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, that's when they make their jumps. St. Francis keeping things going here in the 10th. Paired doubles already. See head coach Tony Talley talking to his team. Wearing the ball cap there. Mark Gonzalez and Michael Kickmel, the 4.54. St. Francis coming up next. So as we get closer here, Game 5, let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. Got a particular college or university or a student athlete? Up right there on the 4.9 for Gonzalez. Had some struggles this game. Got that one in just a touch, and 4.9 sneaks in there. Ian cheering on Weber and Mr. Matt Russo. Corbett rooting on USF. Jennifer, roll tide. Nicola, rooting on Lincoln Memorial. Jessica cheering on Wright State. Emil's back. I think he's cheering for lunch to come up soon. But
yes,
actually, it does sound delicious right now. I could.
I'm always cheering for lunch.
There's only so many cookies you can eat before you start to think it's unhealthy.
It is mental.
976 for the Fighting Saints. St. Ambrose can get to 884. Two more strikes, so Nathan Stubler for St. Ambrose looking for a double. We've definitely seen the lefties move right. So that was
starting to drift out onto the aisles here, and we need to push everything back towards you. We're getting a huge traffic jam up by the front counter. We need to move forward a little bit so we can ease that up. But it's all because of bowling equipment that's sticking out on the aisle and it has to be pushed back. Please cooperate. Thank you.
So that explains some of the slowdown of moving from pair to pair. Apparently, there's a traffic jam on I-465 between the low end of the house and the high end of the house. There's all of these bowling balls. 465 is an interstate here in Indianapolis. That was my attempt at humor. It's a big circle, kind of.
I learned that during junior gold my first time.
So I'll give St. Ambrose 884. 976 once again for the Fighting Saints of St. Francis, Illinois. Jim cheering them on in the chat. But game 5, we're going to change it so it's official. Coming up next here on Bowl TV at the 2019 Hoosier Classic, the 50th annual Columbia 300 Hoosier Classic, taking place at Western Bowl here in Indianapolis and the great state of Indiana. As a reminder, we have Weber, Lincoln Memorial, Wisconsin Whitewater, and Bowling Green coming up next. So as they settle in, we're going to take a quick break here on Bowl TV, so we'll be right back for games 5 and 6 of our men's qualifying block, day 1 here at the Hoosier.
All right, game 5 of 6 officially, of course, underway. Lincoln Memorial, Weber International, Wisconsin Whitewater, Bowling Green. Here on the featured pairs on BowlTV.com, Emil Williams Jr., Aaron Smith. Thanks to the Hoosier Classic staff, this is the 50th annual event. If you are just joining us, thanks to Nick Hoagland, Dylan Murphy, Steve Harmon, the entire staff here at the Hoosier Classic, everyone here at Western Bowl. Staff always fantastic. Sponsors of the Hoosier Classic: Make-A-Wish, Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. Of course, USBC Collegiate, H2M Management, Kegel, Logo Infusion, Columbia 300. This is the Columbia 300 Hoosier Classic, so to be specific. And the brands of Ebonite International, Track Hammer, and Ebonite, of course. couple teams here that you could see competing for an ITC championship when April rolls around. Of course, we've got a little ways to go before that and some things to be decided, but Weber has looked pretty good this year. We got a chance to check them out in person prior to the turn of 2019 in Las Vegas at the the Glenn Carlson Las Vegas Invitational and the Collegiate Shootout. We took care of business in both events. Lincoln Memorial. How about that? Of course, Joe Slowinski, the head coach of Lincoln Memorial, former head coach at Weber International. He's been with LMU for a couple years now, building the program from scratch. That's another team, a good example of a squad that could make certainly some noise in the postseason at sectionals. That's why sectionals is so, it's actually really difficult, in my opinion, to get through sectionals. On paper, you know, if you've got a higher seed on paper, theoretically that says that you should make the ITCs, you should advance, but you know, it's not always that cut and dry. Sectionals presents a lot of tests. And basically everything that you have gone through from late September, October through February all comes into play those 2 days in March across the 64 Baker games. You see teams every year, higher seeded teams. At some point, one team struggles in a sectional that, again, on paper should have no issue, but that's never the case because we're all humans, the human element. But we tend to see said team generally make a run, figure some things out, and kind of be comfortable. Sometimes not, but make it. The other times, some higher seeded teams have been left out. Some lower seeded teams have pulled some upsets, if you will. I'm definitely a fan of upsets just in general. So that's why sectionals, you just never know. You gotta be prepared. The unexpected certainly could happen. Bowling Green and Whitewater. Of course, Wisconsin Whitewater's looking to get kind of past that final hump for them at this point in time where the program is. Back-to-back third-place finishes. The only place to go now, obviously, is to earn a berth in the TV finals. Shot there from Hunter Kempton. as Aaron makes his way back, and he'll be free to join us in this conversation if he'd like. But before I get into that, though, we talked about Lincoln Memorial being a team that they can make an ITC. I think I'd take my chances with a Slowinski-led squad and with Hunter Kimpton and Mason Yamada as examples. Right now, they're in the 4 or 5. We talk all the time about, especially obviously in the Baker format. You got yourself a good 4 or 5. You're going to be in the mix because those two individuals, generally, you can account for a couple doubles, remain clean, and obviously step up in the 10th frame when necessary. I recall a time as a graduate assistant I was coaching, and the squad was not in the top 4 at sectionals for like the majority of the day, the first day. Might have been the second day. And it was we weren't bowling good at all. But you start to feel it a little bit, like, okay, what if you're that person? What if you're the team that doesn't make it? So mentally, you also have to keep it together, both player and coach in that situation. That's one of those things that could be kind of underrated in a sense. Not the mental game per se as a competitor, but just the mental awareness to stay within yourself, to stay in the game, the team in the game, keep the team in the block, etc. At such a high-pressured event. Sometimes it comes down to literally the final shot after 64 to complete 64 Baker games. Of course, ultimately that year we did end up making it as far as Lindenwood is concerned, but it was the first time that I could do nothing as a player to help the situation. So as a coach, it was like, whoa, okay, you got to figure this thing out here. You got to push the right buttons, get the right combinations. And it was such a different level of really understanding. It was like you were playing the game, but like you were a different player. You had a different controller. Yeah, you had beaten the previous game already, so they bumped you to another level. And it was tough. It was like playing all Madden. Aaron enjoys when I go off in these little tangent type stories.
I do. I missed the first part of it, though, so I wasn't sure what we were going to talk about when you said I was going to join the conversation, so I just politely listened.
Yeah, unfortunately, I only remember.
Okay, well, we'll come around to it. We have a long day ahead of us, so we will. Something you may have touched on already. It looks like Weber International is keeping their left-handers on the bench.
I hadn't touched on that. Hadn't got to that yet.
So of course that is something from time to time. You know, that's why you have variety on a team, and you know it's tough to leave a guy like Matt Russo out of the lineup, but obviously we've seen how talented and how versatile Weber can be in these situations, especially when you get down some trickier conditions.
Well, they're deep, and it's rare in the collegiate bowling and really any sport, honestly. But the goal is to always have as much depth as possible. Or rarely can you go 1 through 8 and on a college team and say, you know, I could literally choose any 5 and be good, be confident. Weber has established themselves as that type of program. Obviously, they recruit well. Their success certainly helps, and obviously their coaching experience, their teaching abilities, you know, present that type of opportunity. So, you know, like you said, when you see someone of that caliber not playing, generally it's probably there's a reason behind it, and one that's probably in the, of course, the betterment overall of the squad. And then from a player perspective, you'll always be the best teammate as possible. You know, plain and simple. We talked about, we've seen on many occasions where your number could always be called at any point, and those guys will be ready if they're called upon, 100%, no doubt about it.
And I think that's one of the cool things about this event, too, is that even if there's you catch a pattern that's, not conducive, or, you just see a trend that, this particular type of player is going to have some struggles here, is that it gives you the opportunity the next day to come up with something brand new, different pattern, and essentially a fresh start, just like that.
Good shout out to Bowling Green State gave the Greek Church a run there back in the 3rd frame.
All right, we got some scores upcoming shortly.
For those watching along currently, and if you wish to chime in, certainly encourage you to do so in the chat, but just simply asking, whoever you're watching, whether you follow a particular team or person or player or coach, whatever it is, I'm curious what maybe your favorite part about your collegiate, your bowling experience is, and not necessarily as a player. You don't have to be or haven't had to bowl as a collegiate player to have that answer. It could be, hey, just being able to watch my team bowl live or an archived event. It could be, if you've been to an event, just being able to kind of root them on when I'm able to. It could be, watching my son or daughter move up the ranks and improve and excel. What's been part of your collegiate bowling experience? It's been your favorite part? We'll have standings here shortly. good thought, Matt. Favorite part being on W Whitewater. Team environment. Everyone is friends with everyone. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that earlier, and whether that's everyone kind of friends with everyone across the collegiate bowling landscape, or obviously within the team and the program environment itself. Now that I think about it, and Aaron asked me this earlier, who were some of the teams you always had the most fun with when we were bowling. Whitewater was up there too.
Dub. 2 dubs.
They're a really good bunch. Really good group.
So we do have standings. Robert Morris, Illinois continues to lead, 4,096. Grandview is now plus 4,004. William Penn third, 3,953. Northwestern Ohio has been consistent all day, 39-32. UNOH. Wisconsin Whitewater fifth, 39-24. SCAD in sixth, 39-09. I believe they had a big game 4.
11-23.
That would qualify as a big game, yes. Wright State, 39-03. Newman, 38-37. Concordia, 38-34. The first team out of the top 8. St. Francis, Illinois, 38-31. On our featured pairs at the moment. Del Warren is signaling for the field goal is being good. He must not be a Bears fan. Weber sits in 13th right now, 37-46. Lincoln Memorial tied for 17th, 37-17. As we mentioned, Whitewater in 5th place. And Bowling Green, where are you? Bowling Green a little bit further down, 63rd at the moment, 33-50. Individually, Chase Benitez from Robert Morris, Illinois, has moved into the top spot, 9-23. Adam Morse of Grandview has moved up as well, 9-03. In second, Justin Aldridge from Wright State, 8-90. Curtis Machka fell back a few spots of William Penn, 8-79. Dylan Byers of SCAD, 8:59. Your top 5 at the moment. Michael Staniford from Northwestern Ohio, 8:54. Ryan Dudley at 8:54 of Iowa Central CC. David Hooper of Emmanuel, 8:52. Mason Yamada, 8:50. Lincoln Memorial on our featured pair, and Alex Olette from Concordia, 8:47. Your top 10 overall. We talked about Coach Udell electing to get away from the left-handers here in, Josh Pate making pins explode over there. For Russo, he had bowled the first 4 games and has been taken out here for game 5. Started off pretty steady, but ran into some trouble in games 3 and 4 for 225, 227, a pair of 170s after that. Definitely seen some great responses in the chat, and for Dakota, it did hurt because we too are Bears fans, so it was a rough day at team trials. I'm not going to lie.
It was awful.
It was.
Let's just call it what it is.
I was
flat, brutal, as Ken Harrell says.
I don't even want to think about it right now.
It's all good.
It's a rough moment. I feel like I had to mentally check out for time after that. So if the coverage dwindled a little bit, that That's probably why.
They did reference some good responses in the chat. Here's one from Lynn. Thanks, Lynn. Watching the kids compete against each other during youth all across the country, then seeing them go on to bowl in college and compete against each other there. The lifelong friendships made regardless of distance. Yeah, that's a great kind of definition. Sums up almost sometimes bowling in general, but certainly youth bowling into collegiate bowling. Thanks, Lynn, for that. Rodney said, aside from watching my kids, I love the true team aspect of bowling in the college environment. And he also thanked us for our great work here on Bowl TV. Well, thank you, Rodney. We appreciate it. Mr. Mahachik. Thanks, Chris. We appreciate that as well. Mary says she enjoys watching her children grow into young men. I like that. Doing what they love doing the most, which is bowling. And it's awesome to watch when they can't travel. You are very welcome. Pleasure to meet you. And where did we meet? Team Charles? Team Charles. She was supposed to bring a pajama photo.
Oh yeah, the onesies.
How about that? Now Mama Payta's checked in. Of course, Mr. Payta's here. That's whose account that is. Mama Pate watching from Dallas. She's watching Lauren and McKendree. And checking in on Josh in Wisconsin Whitewater here. Thanks for all of your responses.
Tom Hankey brings one of the pins back on the deck, but unable to roll it over to cover the 6 as well. Tom, a member of Junior Team USA here in 2019 for the first time, a past junior gold champion as well. Oh. Tough break there to follow it up with the 7-pin. High flush. Mason Yamada, just a freshman for Lincoln Memorial. Or he's a junior now, and I just looked at the wrong page when I brought that up.
I was going to say, but I was going to say, well, maybe.
It caught me off guard. Now he's... Come on, Google search.
Okay, that happened to me earlier.
I also felt that was potentially untrue, but I said it. And now look at me. Jorge Rodriguez for Lincoln Memorial. Takes care of the 3-6-10, stays clean through 7. They passed runner-up at the Junior Gold Championships, ironically enough, in the U15 division against one of the players on Weber International, Tom Hankey. Quite a match those two had a few years ago back in Chicago in 2015. Evan Baranecki delivers a double for Weber. You know, interesting thing, when you're around collegiate bowling enough, you see trends, you see things, and you notice Evan has essentially a wrist brace on. And we've seen that from the Weber program in the past. Daria Payuk, when Weber won the women's title in 2016, that was kind of our introduction to her. Was wearing that as well, so I think that might have been more to kind of cut down the rev rate for young Daria before she became a PWBA Rookie of the Year and Tour champion. Curious if that's similar for Evan, or, you know, it also could be injury related. Sometimes you never know.
teams are here and want to check in and haven't turned their ball cards in, you can do so behind games 45 and 46. Women's teams can check in now between games 45 and 46.
Good frame there from Weber.
Again, Weber finds himself just outside the top 10 in 13th place. 2 games left to go. They can put up a pretty solid number here, though. A strong 9th and 10th. Out of 5 for LMU.
You know, from what we've seen, especially here in this this particular game with these teams, everyone has continued, for the most part, to migrate left as far as lane play goes.
As we settle into the 9th frame here to address a few things in the chat. We definitely are looking at the different options to integrate the ability to kind of stream as an app. So that is something hopefully in the works coming down the road. Linda asked, will the ladies be bowling on the same pattern? And Linda, I do not know. We have not seen those yet. Teams can't get them until an hour before the earliest is an hour before their block starts, and that's if the team turns in its ball card right there at the start of the hour. So that's the team requirement to actually receive the oil pattern. So that is unique to this event. But we have not seen the pattern yet, so we cannot discuss similarities or differences because we just don't know. Nice shot there from Bowling Crane to wrap up frame number 8. Andrew Heritage is going to clean up the single pin there for Wisconsin Whitewater. So they're going to move over to 73 for their 9th frame. 10th frame just about ready to get underway. To the left, Mason Yamada looking to add another one on. Didn't like it and does have some trouble. 3-4-7. No words needed. Let's go indeed. 3-4-7 conversion. Definitely watching the playback here. Yeah, that's the coach telling you to take the count and then just showing off. Jorge Rodriguez going to be in the 220s. Max Tamburino, nice 2 at 24. lead things off for Weber. Looks like Weber is going to bring in Matt Russo to shoot at the .310 on 71. And he takes care of it nice and easy. Both teams looking strong here. 71 and 72. So we had an opportunity to chat with Evan Baranecki for a quick second in between frames about his wrist brace, and he said he's trying to change up his role a little bit. So he's been working out pretty well so far this game. Let's see how his first shot of the 10th goes. That's really good. Evan, a chance to get to 2-28 still. Tenth frame getting underway on 73 and 74. Ryan Winters mixes him up for Wisconsin Whitewater on 74. He can still get to 185 this game. Baranecki finishes up with 228. Weber nearly cashes in the break there to start frame number 10. Yamada unable to convert this split, finishes at 213. Lincoln Memorial, 1,036. Here in game 5. Weber, 1,038 with a strike. So two fairly even performances here. Two tough teams. We expect to make some noise in the postseason. As an even performance across the board. 1,036 for both teams on 71 and 72. They won't be heading too far here for the final game. Coming in on 71 and 72 in Game 6 will be RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology, and Siena Heights. And then Calumet and Bethel will be up on 73 and 74. Calumet has already concluded. We're on 75 and 76. Looks like Bethel and Campbellsville still in their 10th frame over on 77-78. So we should move pretty seamlessly. There we go. It's a real word. Into game number 6. Just a reminder to everyone that even though it's going to be game 6 of 6 coming up next year, it does not mean our coverage for the day is resting whatsoever. 4 p.m. Eastern, the women's opening block qualifying will be taking place here on Bowl TV for their first round here at the 2019 Hoosier Classic, the 50th annual Columbia 300 Hoosier Classic. Courtesy of good folks at H2M Management, Make-A-Wish, Logo Infusion, Kegel, and more. So if your Saturday night was planning to be a little nice and easy, you know, had Valentine's Day a few days ago, so maybe you went out on Thursday night, had a good time, had a nice dinner, you know, taking a little bit easy this weekend, looking for something to do. Bowl TV. 6 traditional games. And I can even tell you we're going to be starting with the defending champions, Newman University, which is pretty cool. Actually, for those of you looking ahead to that, the Game 1 lineup on our featured pair will include Newman, Muskingum, Indiana Tech, and Kansas Wesleyan. So spread the good word.
This is the last call for bowling ball raffle number 5. If you still haven't purchased a raffle ticket, a card, go on over to the table by the raffles and purchase one. There's only 52 chances to win. $5 a piece. All the money goes to the scholarship fund. Get a chance of your choice of the Columbia 300 bowling ball. Pick a card, any card.
One shot left to go for Bowling Green. They can get to 888.
Also, ladies teams again.
Nice 236 right there. Wisconsin Whitewater. They're 3 strikes away from getting to 963. Andrew Heritage delivers the double in the 10th for the Warhawks. And we'll have a chance to get to that 963. Looks like a ball change coming up here. Definitely a little tough sometimes to tell what's going down the lanes here, but looks like it's going to be a track heat for the fill ball here. Andrew lining up in front of the ball return. Learns a little something and gets a strike. Not the way he planned it, but 963 for Wisconsin Whitewater. It's going to conclude at game number 5. We will transition quickly into game 6. All of our teams in the area and already done, so it'll be just a minute, but we will be having RIT and Siena Heights on 71 and 2, and Calumet and Bethel on 73 and 74 here at the 50th edition of the Hoosier Classic, taking place at Western Bowl in Indianapolis. I'm Aaron Smith, sitting alongside Emil Williams Jr. One game left to go in our men's featured block. Once again, 4 p.m. Eastern scheduled start time. Our women's 6 games of qualifying will take place a little bit later today, but for right now, we're going to let these teams get to their pairs, settle in. Game 6 coming up next here on Bowl TV.
There's still some time to get one of the cards for the Columbia 300 ball raffle. There's only 52 cards in the pile. $5 a card. You can walk out here with a brand new Columbia ball, 300 bowling ball of your choice. We're going to draw in a couple minutes.
All right, folks, game number 6. Final men's qualifying game of the day here at the 2019 Hoosier Classic. As soon as we get an update after game 5, we will let you know. Robert Morris, Illinois had a big game 3, 11-40. Jump to the top of the standings. They held on in game 4. We'll see where they're sitting at through 5 momentarily. But right now on our featured pairs on 71 and 72, Siena Heights delivering the strike there, and the dad for good measure. You can tell them by their jerseys because they say SH, so that's a good definer right there. Very clear. The team in the orange and black on 71 is Rochester Institute of Technology, or RIT for short. Bethel University, also very readable on the jerseys there. Currently on lane 73. And Calumet College of St. Joseph, the Crimson Wave, joining us on 74. Here's Tyler James for Calumet, far right of your screen, an early double. Unable to keep it going, though, with the 6-9-10. Here in frame number 3.
Men's coaches, if you will, for this last game, please turn in your
The excitement for Bethel. Contagious here, converting. The Greek Church. So we've seen a few unique conversions today. We saw the 3-4-7 picked up in game 5, going for the 4-7, bouncing the pin back out onto the deck to convert the 3. We got the floss going. They need some work, though. That needs some work. That was floss game needs work there, Siena Heights. Come on. And then the Greek Church. Just moments ago from Bethel. Usually when folks are going for it, they'll try to go for the 2, depending on if they're right-handed or left-handed. Tends to be a little more likely to slide that pin across the deck and mix up the 3 on the other side. However, going for the 3 is able to get the 7 and get to push forward to knock out the 4 too. So Siena Heights off screen still working on their floss game at the moment. They're critiquing. Technically, with 4 strikes in a row, you can floss however you'd like. So that's it's a keynote as well.
Having a good time. While we're talking about our chimichangas. Chimichangas. They thought, like, who the talk about chimichangas? Makes me hungry.
Messenger across the deck for Calumet's Tyler James makes it 3 in a row for the Crimson Wave. Their anchor player, Pete Virgo's getting ready to step up next on 73. Was rolling pretty strong in the first few games. In the top 5. Struggled in game 4 though, 157 to drop him to 23rd overall in the standings. As soon as we have scores through 5, we will let you know. Burgos delivers right there. 4 out of 5 for CCSJ. All right, folks, we have standings available after 5 now here at BowlTV.com. Robert Morris, Illinois continues to lead, 5,042. Savannah College of Art and Design, Savannah moves into second, 5,004, just 2 teams plus through 5 traditional games. William Penn holding on to that third spot, 49-59. Grandview, 49-37. Northwestern Ohio, 49-10. Midland, 4,900 even. Wisconsin Whitewater, 48-87. At St. Francis, Illinois, 48-78. Rounds out the top 8. Wright State first team out, 48-59. Concordia, 48-56. McKendree, 48-50, making a nice bounce back after a slower start. Individually, Dylan Byers moves back into the top spot. He was the leader after 1 when he shot 257, just shot 256 in Game 5 for Savannah College of Art and Design. So he's at 11-15, just 3 pins ahead of Chase Benitez from Robert Morris, Illinois, who's at 11-12. Chris Udo has bounced back after rough Game 3 with 266 in Game 5. He's at 1,098 for 5. Adam Morse from Grandview, 1,085. Brett Hebel from Madonna has moved into the top 10 for the first time, 1,083 after 265 in Game 5. Justin Ulrich from Wright State drops a few spots, 1,079. Curtis Machka from William Penn, now in 7th place at 1,066. Mason Yamada, 1,063. From Lincoln Memorial, Alex Glinsky from SCAD, 1,059. So they have 2 in the top 10 at the moment. And David Hooper from Emmanuel rounds out the top 10 with 1,057. Nice shot there from Bethel to wrap up frame number 5. Nice conversion there from Sienna Heights, taking care of the washout. Was hoping the floss would come out on the approach with the washout conversion. We're getting it behind the scenes. Sienna Heights having fun out here, though.
Oh, man. The cheers keep getting better. I actually had a conundrum, to be honest with you, because on my way back down, so here to the high end, I think it was SCAD Savannah, had someone with the front 5 or 6, and someone had spare next 5 or 6 on the squad. So they obviously they've been bowling well.
They have definitely found some success here in the past few years. a young upstart program. Made it to the bracket last year here at the Hoosier. Four in a row for Petey Virgos. Earns a shimmy. And the Cal College standout.
Looks like there were a lot of programs finishing things up. We're a few frames ahead down on the lower end of the house.
Well, that's good for the lane man. Start oiling down there. Get ready for this 4 p.m. squad, which is getting closer and closer to being an hour away. So, of course, for those of you who plan on checking out the women's qualifying block, if it is running a little bit behind since this block took a bit to complete so far. We'll have the chat still up, so we can leave you a note if we're running behind, or kind of give you an estimate. So it's an approximate 4 p.m. start time. As a sign of good faith, just in case, our squad does start a little bit late. Let's build some good faith with the good folks watching here on Bowl TV. You thinking what I'm thinking, Emil?
I'm absolutely thinking it.
Let's go. How about one more giveaway here on the men's feature block before we wrap things up, take a quick break, and prepare for our women's qualifying block. So for those of you who've been participating a few times, it's going to work real easy. It's the same way. Just got to click submit entry. For those of you who may be new, we're going to essentially send out a call to action.
CTA
is what the kids call it nowadays with the marketing backgrounds and such. And we're going to have a panel kind of slide across the screen here, and it's going to say raffle is upcoming. It's going to run for like 45 seconds to a minute, and then there's going to be another screen that pops up that says raffle starting, submit entry. And so all you have to do is click submit entry, and you'll be good to go. So we're going to give away something once again, the Google Home Mini, the top prize for the week. Is it happening today? Is it happening right now? We do not know. But the only way to know is to enter. Once again, nothing else. You just have to click submit entry. You're already logged into Bowl TV here, so away we go. Good luck, everybody.
Let's do it. Let's get it done.
Question about the women's lane schedule. We'll get that posted at least for the teams hitting our featured pair once this block finishes up. If you want to see the full lane schedule, be sure to visit Hoosier Classic on Facebook. Just type that into your search and you'll be good to go. They do have the full recap, but once again, once we finish up this block, we'll shut down this live stream, but we'll leave some of the panels up so you can see who will be bowling throughout the course of our 6 games on the women's side.
There's a lot of flossing going on.
Yeah, it's having more.
Good shot there from Manny Sanchez of Calumet College.
All right, remember, folks, just have to hit the light blue submit entry. And you're in it to win it. All right, looks like we have a winner, Patrick. Winning the USBC Polo. Congrats, Patrick. We'll be having our normal giveaway guru, Brad Houghton, getting a hold of you on Monday to get your information, shirt size, all that good stuff. And congrats on the W, taking home the polo shirt. I knew Sienna was going to have some fun with this one, so let's see how this 5-pin conversion goes. Brings the heat at the nickel.
There's no doubt about it. Congratulations, Patrick. Thanks for watching today.
Yeah, definitely a big thanks to everyone for tuning in today for some great collegiate bowling action. We may just have another giveaway today. So, of course, be on the lookout. We'll be sure to let you know here on Bowl TV. We'll be talking about it when it's coming up. And
Wow.
from way downtown. Peel. Wow. You get all the buzzwords in there. That was, well, when we talked to Nick, he said he wanted the lefties to showcase their range.
That was a really good shot, too. I mean, that was. I would hope that was the intentional result, but if it's, sometimes you can throw a shot and say, oh, man, I didn't expect that, but that would look too good to not be intentional.
Oh, speak of him.
Uh-oh.
There he is, the man.
Give him a little time.
Nick Hoagland. Well done, Nicholas. It's like a gazelle up there. As he walks by, every college bowler is just looking at him saying, what you doing to us, man?
I don't know. Some teams are, obviously some teams are having a little more fun than others. But overall, I mean, I feel like the pattern's been pretty solid overall from, again, just being able to have somewhere to play.
Yeah, certainly can say that over the course of the block, it's been tough, but it's never been impossible.
I think that's what most want anyway. I think that's a very good description. Tough, but not impossible. And when the occasional tough, but it is impossible happens, then, it all evens out.
Then you make your spares. Another great shot there. Opening up the lane on the left side.
Wow. It's interesting. That's one of those you wonder if that's just been there. That's how far in, from a lefty's perspective, you would have had to get today.
A good question for Nick next time we cross his path. Manny Sanchez for Calumet came into this game in frame number 4. And after split in the 4th, has rattled off 4 consecutive strikes for the Crimson Wave. That's a perfect 9th frame for Siena Heights. 8 consecutive in a row for the Saints. Shot there from RIT. For Burgos, an opportunity to continue his string of strikes and get up to 6 in a row after the missed single pin in frame number 2. He's gonna have a chance to get back, mix him up. Kellyman has liked lane 73 here, past few frames. 4 out of 5 in the 4th, 3 out of 5 in the 6th, and 4 out of 5 in the 8th. Get to finish on that lane. So for the Crimson Wave, they are a little bit further back in the standings, 15th place overall. That's a lot of dab going on right there.
It's going down out here, man.
I've never wanted a team to strike out in the 10th so much as I do Siena Heights right now.
This is kind of the other side of collegiate bowling, too, where, you know, we do have teams that certainly know how to have fun and whatnot, but trying to end the block on the best note possible. And it also helps that, obviously, they're having some success. So it's like, let's end the block, let's end the day on the best possible note. And, you know, have a little fun with it. There could be the element of the camera.
Oh, I feel we had Siena Heights on last year here at the Hoosier.
Okay.
They were.
I don't remember.
I feel we kind of left the game the same way.
Okay.
We were. Talking about this being a fun team.
Ooh.
Just so you know, that's wow. That's 11 in a row. 11 in a row for Siena Heights. Where are they in the standings? So they're putting up a number here. They were in 69th place heading into this game. Team 300.
It's interesting. This generation of collegiate bowlers kind of has me thinking, like, what chance could we have come up with back in the day?
Back in my day.
Yeah, had to walk eight miles to school.
Uphill both ways.
2 feet of snow.
Scott in the chat makes a great comment as we look for one more for Siena Heights. Team gets a 13 in a row, though. I greatly enjoy the fun of college bowling, or the fun in college bowling. Partial, but really enjoy watching William Penn. They know how to have fun and bowl well, and I could not agree more with you, Scott. That's an exciting team right there. The defending champions on the men's side here at the Hoosier Classic. Oh. Trey, that is a very, very excellent point for looking even further. Taking a look at collegebowling.com and the rankings further back. Chance to solidify this spot in sections. How about that? Chimichangas for everybody. Still a chance to get to 251 here. That young man owes a lot of people chimichangas after this game.
Sounds great, too.
It really does. It has sneakily become 305. 306 now, my goodness. Some teams are starting to finish up around us here. One more for 251. That one's going to knock it back. Nice 248. So 60 more pins still out there for the Saints. We get to 1,022.
Ladies, we also ask that you do not approach the SETI area with your equipment until the staff here at Western Bowl can get the lanes cleaned up after the weather finished. It would be really helpful if you would not go out onto the SETI area until after the lanes and everything is cleared.
So now strike 4,000 for Siena Heights. Team knows what's up. Let's go. Great finish there for the Siena Heights Saints. Should be a big jump for them in the standings. Once again, they were in 69th place overall, heading into game number 6. So that will be a jump. .842 finish for RIT. There's his 10th frame to go on 73 and 74, and our block will be in the books.
Get with the program, right? You haven't even looked yet. Gone to the bathroom yet.
Nice spare. That is not easy.
This has been a tough, clean game for him. That's a, along with that, Greek Church in the 3rd frame. So that is with just one strike up there. So filling frames for the Wildcats.
Once again, we're taking score sheets up here at the counter, and also we talked about the hot lanes 73 and 74 in the tournament office. Please keep the lines moving as quickly as possible. Guys, make sure you take all of your stuff with you. Ladies, please try to wait until the lanes have been cleared and the SETI area has been cleaned with trays and everything until you get your stuff out there. We'll be really appreciated so we can get the lanes and the SETI area cleaned up.
going to be a nice relief effort for Manny Sanchez. Chance to get to 200 here.
You don't count them as true. You call them a Mason Ferguson, because they are.
It's definitely a good call to the bullpen.
I just had one game in the books today, and that was game 3, and that was a 156 effort. So that speaks a lot, not only the player, but Coach Kubacki as well, for being confident in his players to bounce back after a rough game, and seeing the way the lanes were kind of developing and shaping to know he could essentially have this player he could go to and put on a strong performance like that.
Couldn't agree more. It's, again, you always got to be ready. You got to go back to it.
I know it comes out more. Like if I do music a year, I just pick her and I mean, like, one day if I see a year, like, never again, like,
Gentlemen, as soon as you're done, we need to clear the bowling area so we can begin a major cleanup. We also have to dress the lanes for the women's squad. So your cooperation will be much appreciated. Please remember to take everything with you. Try not to leave anything here. You have to take all of your stuff back with you.
Just to finish up the point in regards to always staying ready, but yeah, you never know when your number's going to be called. You'll call to the bullpen, and you gotta do what you can for your teammates. So nice job, certainly by Sanchez, and you never know what the next day might bring too. The roles could be reversed.
Absolutely.
Tomorrow.
Especially with a different pattern coming out. Yeah, definitely one of the cool parts about this event. And we got a report from the field. Sound like we potentially.
No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, you can't scare me like that, bro.
Yes. Talk with SCAD Savannah head coach Katie Thornton. They shot a 1090 final game, game number 6. And that should move them ahead of Robert Morris, Illinois, although that is unofficial. But that's the way it looks. So right now it looks like it would be SCAD Savannah, Robert Morris, and William Penn, perhaps 1, 2, 3. She also mentioned that includes their overall total will include 2 880 games. So when you think about that.
Yeah, that's I overheard her mentioning that, and that makes it even more impressive that essentially come out of the gates firing. I know I don't want to get Dylan's last name wrong because I just don't remember what it was, but
Byers?
Dylan Byers, yeah, I mean 257 out of the gates, followed it with 179. Obviously the team had struggles all around to be in the 880s. To do it again and then all of a sudden to find the right look, it's a perseverance from the Bees.
They shot 1120, then 1123, then something else near 1100, and again that time 1090 final game. So transition. I'm sure a little bit of that. Talk about second and third games, tough pairs. Could be a combo of anything, but nonetheless, that's great bowling. Especially at this event. They like this event.
They have adapted well.
They like the Hoosier.
They say Nick Hoagland, you nothing.
Speaking of SCAD, they Alex Glinski, won the individual part yesterday, or excuse me, last week or last year. Goodness gracious.
It feels like yesterday.
Where was Dylan in the individual standings?
Dylan's leading.
So
heading into the final game.
Not sure what he rolled, but I imagine it's probably a decent score that helps the 1090 game.
And then Alex was actually in 9th place heading into the final game. He had gone 246, 257 those last 2 games, so potentially a pair of players in the top 10 for SCAD. A strong 10th so far for the Crimson Wave. Tyler James can get one more. That'll be 3 consecutive doubles. Well, a chance to sneak out 1,000.
Guess you got a couple sets of bees in the tournament, huh?
It's a popular insect. Or it adapts well to varying lane conditions.
Well, SCAD's just the bees. With St. Ambrose,
they're more aggressive because they're the fighting bees.
They fight.
I'd be curious to hear the definition to determine one from the other there. So Burgos gets the first one. Any type of mark will get CCSJ to 1,000 even. 2 more strikes. 1,010 max score. 871 in the books for Bethel University. Wildcats finishing up their day. This might be the final pair going on. I don't see anyone else bowling.
I think so.
So how kind of them to make sure they finished and wrapped up the day with us. So nice 237 for Petey Virgos. 1,000 even for Calumet College. Men's qualifying block, 6 games now in the books.
Good work.
Good work. That's all we got. All right, Mike Kubacki coming down to the final shot to get the Crimson Wave to 1,000. Comparing it to a national championship win right there. Said that was tough. As That wasn't tough for us. That was easy 6 games. We didn't bowl any. So we are going to take a quick break here. We're going to be back at Bowl TV once again. It's probably going to be a little bit later than 4 p.m. So just plan to probably closer to 4:30 start time. We'll just call it that for right now. But we want to thank all of you for joining us here in the chat. We'll be back for the women's 6-game qualifying block in just a few moments. Big shout out to H2M Management, all the staff here at Western Bowl, Make-A-Wish, Logo Infusion, Kegel, for the 50th annual Columbia 300 Hoosier Classic and Bowl TV. I'm Aaron Smith. And Emil, great job today as always.
Appreciate it.
And we'll see you soon here in Indianapolis. Thank you again. We'll be back with the women's block, hopefully by 4:30.